tell or ask me anything in the chat. Today is the 18th of January. The Potter says hi. Hello, the Potter. Mandy says this shows my name. Well, you're now on screen. Mr. G says, are there any more parasocial channels? Are you a part of an organization? Example, parasocial with Bruce Wayne. I'm not similar to that one AI channel that was here yesterday. Ali the AI, Trump the AI, not like that. Collector Nick says hello, Don. Hello, Collector Nick. Ranting says hello. Hello, Ranting. TT says good morning, Don. Hello, TT. I remember how to pronounce your name. Justice says, Sir Don, you're back. I am. The Potter says, do you remember me? I do. Porma2 says, I have taken anti-piracy measures. Yeah. I guess changing your profile picture slightly helps. Slash says, hello, do you remember me from yesterday? Good morning. I don't. MSOA says, you're missing out, Don. If you made merch, we'd buy it. I don't believe that. And there's also other reasons why I won't do it. Mr. G says, why do you sound like a PA? It's like I'm on a plane and the PA is speaking. Because of the kind of microphone I have. Squilliam says, day 2 of asking Don, how's life? Great. David says, why is sandwich meat round when bread is square? I don't know. Porma2 says you have 67 past streams. I did notice that. In my playlist, on my channel, my playlist, it has 67 videos. Brandon says, hi Don, how are you doing today? Do you ever listen to Def Leppard? I can't recall any of their music, so no. David says, are eyebrows considered facial hair? I don't think so. First says, most of the streams aren't on the list though, right? There's lots of missing streams. Mr. G says, will Mr. Cheese be joining this stream? I don't know. LX says, what up, Donnie B? Hello, LX. Porma2 says, Luncheon meat. It's round because it first gets processed into a sausage and then gets sliced. So it's because of how it gets processed. Okay. Dino says, hi again, how are you today? I'm good, Dino. Slash says, I was the guy who asked a lot of would you rather questions. A lot of people do that. The Potter says, Don, do you watch SMG4? What's that? Goofy says, I pant has been sharded. Okay. Collector Nick says, do you like pimento cheese? I can't remember trying it, but I want to. Quentin says, yo, I'm back. Hello, Quentin. Porma2 says, would you rather get NPC comments or would you rather questions? Questions. The Potter says, do you think Lost in a Room will join? I think there's a 75% chance yes. Alex M says, yo, I'm also back. What's up, Alex M? Meme says, English or Spanish? English. I'm not gonna stay still. Porma2 says, @/gay. Slash says, I am bi. Okay. Ballastior says, sup Don. You know, I keep running into you. We might have to talk this relationship to the next level. What are you doing tomorrow night? I'm not interested. Alex M says, thank you, TT. Okay. Collector Nick says, do you know how to polish shoes? I don't. The Potter says, how many languages do you know? 1. Quentin says, do you remember me? I remember your name. TT says, I love how you read all typos as they are. Haha, Don, you're great. Sometimes I correct it. Alexis says, do you know how to pay for an hip? What? David says, does one eat or drink soup? Eat. Alex M says, favorite YouTuber? Sal C1. Bola says, hi, I'm very sick with the high fever. Sorry. Mr. G says, if you think about it, wallets are just pockets for your pockets. True. Quentin says, do you follow Markiplier? No, never have. PewDiePie, though. Alexis says, do you swear? What? Lai says, if he sees this message, I will donate him 50 USD. I won't accept that. First says, people should donate so I get more time for a bingo. Oh yeah, you made that bingo for my stream. That's so cool. Alex M says, would you ever do video game streams? Yeah, I'm thinking about it, but it's gonna be a while until I do that. Red says, ice cream or sherbet? Ice cream. React says, do you remember me, dude? I do. You're from like the Middle East. I remember you were talking a lot about the Middle East. M0 says, what's your country? USA. The Potter says, do you know Robert? I don't know, he's a funny guy. Which Robert? 602 says, are you glowing up or finally just getting sleep? Just nothing's been changing. Red says rats or snakes. Snakes. Alex says, my favorite Markiplier videos are the ones where he plays the school game with Baldi. Okay. Quentin says, I don't like this rock. Robert, it's pissing me off. What? Collector says, do you change your own oil or go to a shop? A shop. TT says, can you donate $50 but 6 at a time to Don? Thank you. I'll disable donations before you reach 50. CMY says, if you could be remembered for one sentence, what would it be? I am parasocial. Alexis says, hi, I'm Robert. I have something to say. Do you like tacos? I do. Mr. G says, if you rub 2 fingers together, which one are you feeling? I think both. Big Nate super chatted $1. Thank you, Big Nate. Big Nate says, "Hey man, how it going? Can I get my mod, please?" You can. You definitely can. I'm looking for you in the chat right now. Big Nate. Big Nate says hello. Alright, I'm making you mod. And as you know, do not ban people. Thank you again, Nate. Red Girl says red or blue. Blue. Ranting says tea or coffee. Tea. Drago says, if you punch yourself, are you strong or are you weak? Weak. Joe says, ban me, Nate. I dare you. Don't do that, Nate. Mart says, has anyone really been far even as decided to use? You're just saying nonsense, so. Quentin says, do you remember me? I don't. Big Nate says, yeah, you can get mod for $1. That's right. Amend says red, other white. What? Yo Vince says, what's the best comment you ever read? I don't want to mod. Well, I remember Xavier told me a fun fact about how baby cages existed that you would hang outside your window. I like that one. Amen says, I mean red or white? Red. Stash says, do you like skating? No. Jared says, how much money do you make from streams like this to keep doing them? I mean, a big factor as to why I do them is just entertainment, not just money. Collector says, I'm not a fan of Markiplier. I think he's loud, but his family's history is cool though. I don't know about his history. Big Nate says, I'm not gonna ban people. Okay, nice. LX says, ban me, Nate. I double dare you. Don't do it. I have received a super chat from Alex M. Thank you, Alex M. Alex M says, your favorite donator requests mod. Ron Smug. What is Ron Smug? But I'll mod you in the chat, Alex M. I'll mod you. Alex M says, I guess the emojis don't show. You put emojis and it didn't show? That's unfortunate. Sorry. Shoot. I wonder what the emojis were. Can you type again, Alex M? I'm looking for your name. Because I want to mod you. Alex M, Alex M. Where are you, Alex M? There you are. Alright, Alex. You are now a moderator. The policy is that you don't ban people. Don't delete messages. Alex M says, yay. I feel that emotion too because of the money. But also a bit worried that you're going to go on a rampage and ban people like you did last time. Collector says his dad and grandpa escaped North Korea and his grandfather went back to get more family and never made it out. Wow. His grandpa is a hero. Alex M says, I never banned anyone, I swear. Fake news. LX says, ban me, Alex M. I triple dog dare you. Don't do it. Anonymous says, can I goon to you? I can't stop you. David says, eternal life or every single bit of knowledge at once. All knowledge. Khan says, what do moderators do and why do you need them? They don't do anything. I make them mod because they give me money and they look cool. That's why they want it. Alex M says, even if he's begging, I won't, I swear. That's what I'd like to hear. Diane says, what happened to Billy? What? Alexa says, epic, we don't fucking care, get out of the stream. What? Temmie says, why do you look so tired? I don't know. Ice says, I like aggressive woman. Okay. Andrus says hi. Hello, Andrus. Big Nate says, eye emoji, pig nose, eye emoji. Porma 2. Cold Slayer says, do you smoke weed? I don't. Dino says, what are mods? What's a father? They ban people. They're like admins. 602 says, but not in my stream. 602 says, do you like the voices in your head or just how they make you feel? I don't have voices in my head. Christopher says, if she's standing outside, does that make her outstanding? Sure. Big Nate says, the mod are just for looks. Yeah, basically. Gaming says, get out. Okay. Andrus says, I sub. Okay. Mystery says, what's red and bad for your teeth? A brick. Okay. Yo Vince says, oh no. Ice is here. I'm shaking in my boots. Okay. Alex M says, Get Out was a good movie. I haven't seen it. Kunal says, hey Don, it's been such a long time. It has. LX says, Alex M and Big Nate, ban me or your chickens. No comment. Axel says, hog revealed. I'm not doing that, and I haven't done that. Slash says, do you prefer short or tall people? Short. Alex says, LX, you can ban yourself. Yeah, just leave the stream. Frenzy says, say my name. I said some of it. Jeb says he's asking if you're wearing pants. Well, I am wearing pants. Cold says juice or pop. Pop. G says, what is scarier, a spider or a snake? A snake. Drago says, fun fact. On Strange Addictions, there was once a woman who was addicted to eating bricks. Wow. Alex says, pop? It's soda, you heathen. I call it soda as well. Zelda says, typing this until he reads this. There you go. I read it. Gaming says, do you believe that Jesus died for your sins? I don't. Bola says, are you in your room? I am. Slash says, if the sky is blue and then at night it's dark, but at the same time it's the light that changes color. I'm a bit lost. Patty says, is this incel chat? I don't know what that means. Alex M says, Do your parents know you stream Don? Yeah. 602 says bananas are berries and strawberries are liars. Okay. Alex M says yes, Patty, now that you're here. What? Coldslayer says, have you ever read the dictionary? Not back to back. Porma2 says, do you fuck with those little juice barrels with the foil lids? Juice barrels. I don't know what you're talking about. Amir says, what do you think about Israel? Indifferent. Emisoa says, if you could teleport to any location, where would it be? France. Alex M says Drake or Kendrick. Kendrick. Jake says, are you upsetty spaghetti? No. First says, the juice barrels were my childhood. Haven't seen them since. Okay. Utah says, I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that. What? Muddy says, what time did you start? Sorry, I missed some. I started half an hour ago. D says, try spelling Flockenaukenhipplication. I'm not gonna spell it. 602 says, I bet you can't hum while holding your nose. Sorry, I'm not gonna try that. Bola says, are you married or single? Keeping that private. Alex M says, I know the reference. Oh Lord, Jesus, it's a fire. What? Coldslayer says, Earth is round. Okay. Mandy says, this chat makes me seem slightly less crazy for talking to myself. At least there's a chat, and not just thin air like usual. Okay. Big says, what is the music that you're currently playing on the stream? I got it from a YouTube video called Stress Test by Marcus Person. Michael says, ask me anything and I won't answer anything. I answer stuff sometimes. Most times. Dad says, guy looks like he could be dangerous. Very odd. I don't think I look like that. Zai says, you and everyone here should listen to Starset. Beautiful electronic rock and alternative metal. Starset, okay. Cold says, is the timer for when you're done? Yes. Devin says, do you have a personality disorder? No. Alex M says, Dad says is crazy. Yeah, saying that makes me slightly uncomfortable. Gambling says, mustard isn't an instrument. True. Dad says, you look like you have a very evil side. Okay. Muddy says, watch him answer something. Is grass green? Yeah. Bossy says, will it snow? It depends where you are. Kay says, what? What? Alex M says, bro needs to change his name. We getting traumatized over here. Not traumatized, but 1% uncomfortable. Mystery says, LX, you're the reason they put directions on shampoo bottles. Okay. 602 says, you blinked about 14,000 times today, but you don't remember none of them. Okay. Kay says, no, seriously, what's this stream about? The chat messages that people send. Slash says, what did you eat for dinner last night? I ate pizza. Gaming says, ever tried the strawberry shampoo flavor? I haven't. Carissa says, rap or rock? Rock. Hell says, you look cool. Thank you. Joe says, have you seen the Muffin Man? What? The Muffin Man. No. Hell says, you look yay. What? Zai says, fun fact. Dinosaurs are not extinct because, taxonomically speaking, all birds are true dinosaurs. Okay. Rob says, you ever eat a snail? No. Jeeve says he doesn't know nursery rhymes or limericks. I don't? Okay. Kubla says possible humans are descendants. What? Bolo says, I hate being fat. I want to be skinny for just once. Okay. Bossy says, was the moon landing real? I believe the mainstream media, so yes. Gaming says, take 20 minutes off the timer. No. Alan says, what's your favorite flavor of F? What's that? Slash says, what type of pizza? Pepperoni and pineapple. Big Nate says, do you love comedy? Do I watch stand-up comedians? No. Musa says, read the comment. 2 comments below mine. Okay. That is G-Bust Christ says, whoop whoop. Okay. Alex M says, blueberry F. Okay. Utah says, pepperoni and pineapple. Charles Manson, move over. I'm insane. Okay. Leo says, is it pink? No comment. Gambling says, listen to Stray Kids. No. The Potter says, lost in a room has come. They're here? Okay. Buzz says, are you happy in your life? Yes. Zai says, do you think music with harsh vocals, screams, growls, shrieks is actually good? I don't listen to it. It seems dumb, but I think there's a good chance if I gave it a try, I would like it. Mystery says they make Coca-Cola shampoo. Okay. Alex M says, what's your solution to the immortal snail? I don't have one. Alexis says, do you watch PewDiePie? Not anymore. Yuddy says, I like 6'7". Okay. Carissa says, I think F is a brand of soda. Okay. The Real says, why is Twin so monotone? Because it's energy efficient. Alex M says, you know what the immortal snail is? Yeah. I don't know, I guess I would just always be looking behind my back, have lots of anxiety, always on the move. Alexis says, do you like tacos with lettuce? Yes. GVs says, cause he has anemia. What? Slash says, I love pineapple pepperoni pizza, it's the best combo. I like it. Anna says, where are you from? USA. Nonchalant says, eat Zucchini, eat zucchini, do you read me? I don't want to. Gaming says, I am going to try that Coca-Cola shampoo, thanks. Okay. Immigration says, I like to sniff woman. Okay. Aussie says, I was here yesterday. Remember me? I don't. Big Nate says, he isn't gonna do hog reveal. Give up and move on, please. I agree. Move on. It's Kira says, you smell different when you're awake. Okay. Kay says, have you ever smoked? I'm gonna keep that private. Aussie says, I asked you about being my editor. I do remember. I remember that now. Muddy says, hog reveal? Elite ball knowledge? What? Alex M says that's something a skinwalker would say. Okay. Khan says, what kind of pizza brand do you recommend? I get pizza at Domino's. Paper says a believer who does not abide in Christ is like a withered branch cast out, gathered, and burned. Okay. Alan says, are you a juggalo? A prostitute? No. Ballastior says Christ is boring. Okay. Slash says Domino's is a W. Okay. Benny says, I'm back. Are you people being weird again? They're always being weird. Alex M says, Juggalo is the clown ICP fans, right? What? Kevin says, pork roll or Taylor ham. I'm not familiar with that. Alex M says, you're thinking of Gigolo, Don. Okay, I'm getting words mixed up. Brandon says, ha. Okay. Drag says, I looked up what F is, and it says it's a popular, long-running American soft drink brand. I mostly believe you. Kubla says April. Okay. Benny says, tell us a Riz line. I don't want to. Alex says F is a well-known drink. Well, I'm a chicken, so I'm not going to read it unless I'm 100%. Paper says, I like your shirt. Thank you. Q says, do you remember me? I don't. Gaming says, every knee will bow before God and confess that Jesus is Lord. Amen. Thank you, but I don't agree with that. SoCal says, Google insane clown posse drinking F, it's the only soda. Not right now. Ballastior says, Jesus is not a king. Okay. Alex M says, poured up for now a blueberry F. You never heard those lyrics? Lil Mosey? I can't remember them. Atlas says, I have 19 kids. Please read their names. Daniel, 9 times. You have 19 kids named Daniel? Okay. Muddy says, F is normal, bro. Just trust. Say Faye like day and add a go to it. I am irrationally afraid. First says, hey Don, would you mind telling me if you're drinking Coca-Cola right now? I am. I have it right here. Jabust says, as a juggalo, this is hilarious. I don't know what that is. San says hello. Hello, San. Alex says literally the song is called Blueberry F. Look it up. Not right now. Jabust says fan on ICP. What? Paper says your shirt brings me peace and happiness in an uncaring world like this. Okay. Bossy says ice cream in a cone or in a dish. A dish. Faish says Faye, like the girl's name. Go, like go. It's an American soda, usually fruit flavors like grape, orange, and strawberry. Okay. Alex says, I just noticed you're wearing the same shirt as yesterday, like a cartoon character. Okay. Immigration says, would you join ICE? No. Muddy says, I'ma grab the dictionary definition. Be right back. Okay. Hamilton says, how often is your behavioral therapy treatments? No comment. Drago says, look up what F is when you can if you want to. And a juggalo is the Insane Clown Posse's fan name. Okay. The man says, gooning to this. Okay. Random says, are you okay? I am. Asian Mike says, okay. Alright. Zai says, do you think dyed hair, red, purple, blue, is better, or do you think natural, brown, black, blonde, is better? Natural. Q says, are you alcoholic? No. Ballastior says, I was not here yesterday. Do you remember that? I do. Mama says, at Alicia Seeds. Great question. I'll look for that question. Alicia Seeds. Alicia Seeds. Alicia Seeds. Alicia Seeds says, would you eat carrots in front of starving rabbits? Not intentionally. Q says, are you alcoholic? No. Muddy says, F is a popular long-running blah blah blah. Founded in 1907. Okay. I have received a super chat for $3 from Joe Dirt. Thank you, Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt says, I want to change my username to Fuzzy Balls. What do you think? I don't like that name. Joe Dirt is much better in my opinion. And I'll make you mod Joe Dirt if you type in the chat right now. I'm looking for your name right now, Joe Dirt. Where are you, Joe Dirt? Joe Dirt, Joe Dirt, Joe Dirt. Type already, Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt says mode. Alright, I'm about to make you mod. You are now moderator. Do not ban people. Do not delete messages. This is just ornamental mod. Thank you again for the 3. Maggot says hello. I was here yesterday. My boyfriend thinks you're funny, so I'm back. What's up? Asian says okay. Alright. Pre says at Parasocial Don Benitez. You have my attention. Mr. G says, how do you describe colors to a blind person? It's like different keys and music. Jeeves says stupid comments. Okay. Alex M says same way you describe sound to a deaf person. Okay. Axel says, have you cupped a fart? No comment. BB says, peanut butter and sweet relish sandwiches rock. Seriously try it. Don't like peanuts. Bossy says, magnets. How do they work? Because opposite poles love each other. Law says, should I change my username and profile picture? No. Bossy says, miracles. What? Joe says, I'm trying to ban Joe Dirt. Okay. Ballastier says, $1 of Joe Dirt's $3 was a donation to make Ballastier moderator. Do it. Will be okay. That's not how it works. You need only one mod per donation. Doesn't matter the amount. Alex M says cap emoji. Okay. Robert says, have you ever played Zelda Ocarina of Time? No. Mystery says, did you have a bad experience with peanuts? Yes. Bodhi says, it's Elliot Page now. I know. Maggot says, okay, so my boyfriend wants to know if you like succulents. What's that? Dead says Nietzsche. I've read a tiny bit of his stuff. Jolina says, hey Don. Hello, Jolina. Justice says, do you like my profile picture? I mean, kind of. I'm not a big fan of superhero stuff, though. Alex M says, have you tried Liquid Death? Yeah. Guess Mark says, Guess Mark donated $7.99 through Super Chat. That's fake. Loss says, do you think the Bears will defeat the Rams tomorrow? I think no. Alan says, who's going chicken hunting? Not me. Flick says, do you like my pick? I can't tell what it is. Alex M says they have a drink called Dead Billionaire that they legally had to change from Armless Palmer, but it's pretty good. Okay. Flick says the boiled one. I don't know what that is. Law says Denver Nuggets or San Fran Warriors. San Fran. By the way, when people ask me this sports team or this sports team, I just choose at random, basically. Ballastier says, I'm really trustworthy. Jesus says so. Okay. Alex M says, do you think Chinese people really eat dogs or that's just a myth? No comment. Mystery says, thoughts on a Ferrari selling for $38 million today at auction? Indifferent. Collector says succulents are a type of plant. Cacti are succulents. Did you mean cacti, or is there plants called cati? Anyways, though, succulents are plants. Okay. Q says, Cruise Gang on top. Do you know him? No. Isabella says, for me, it's 8 a.m. Okay. Tin says, Karl Marx. I haven't read his stuff. Gary says, Don is a succulent. Okay. They Call says, it's John Marston, Micah. Okay. Zai says, what is your 2 favorite fictional characters that you know of? One being male, the other a female. Bill Harford, Alice Harford. Immigration says, do you like ice in my drink? Yeah. Drago says, what happened with peanuts if you're comfortable with sharing? I just had a bad allergic reaction. Nothing serious though, but it was annoying. Alex M says, what's your opinion about car salespeople? I don't like them generally. Justice says, Sir Don, I remember when saying your favorite number is 24, which is ironic to me since you're an odd one. Okay. AE says, if yin and yang are real, what's the yang for a hot, steaming dog doo-doo? I don't know. Alex M says, dang, that's a bummer, laughing out loud. Most people don't like us. Yeah, I mean, you guys are tricksters. Muddy says, have you tried an Arnold Palmer before? I haven't. Slash says, it was never Adam and Eve. It was Adam and Steve. No. Josh says, poopy, poopy, poo. Okay. Alex M says, I'm dead. Okay. iDodd says, hey, I back how you and all. Good. Jeeves says, okay, ... Okay. Muddy says, it was definitely Adam and Eve. Yeah. Nehemiah says, black people. Okay. Mystery says, did you know lilies can kill a cat just from smelling them? I did not. No Pookie says, nice lights. Thank you. Dustin says, I hope you're having a good night, Don. That's all. You too. Immigration says, what is an immigrant? A kind of like a visitor. But Alex M says, I've never forced anyone to buy a car though, or held anyone hostage. Thumbs up emoji. That's nice to hear. HUD says, hello everyone. Hello HUD. Tin says, opinion on the Stranger Things finale. I heard it was bad. Miss says, my dearest Dawn, I'm losing my mind that you can't pronounce anemia. Where, oh, have I failed? Warm regards, Mom. Okay. Joe Dirt says, I want to practice free will and go get a Big Mac. Go do it. Alex says, imagine if that was actually Dawn's mom pop. Okay. TT says, a girl fell off a 50-foot ladder but didn't get hurt. How come? She fell off the bottom step. I see. Funny. Alex M says, anemia. Okay. Rhea says cocaine or weed. Weed. Mama says any poetry or philosophy text recommendations. Self-Reliance by Emerson. Jabust says anemi, many. Okay. Alex M says you're welcome, Mama Don. Anemia. Okay. Ari says smile. No. Nehemiah says whoa. Okay. Justice says A kangaroo baby is called a joey. Okay. Bowtie says, what would you do? I said I'm right outside your door right now. I don't care because that's a lie. Diane says, do you know where my library card is? I'm guessing in a drawer. Mystery says, I can see South Park doing an episode on streamers. Parasocial with Eric Cartman. That would be cool. Zai says, God is real and he loves you. By the way, Goku is God and he loves everyone. Kami ha. Okay. Immigration says, how do I goon? No comment. iDod says, is the timer when the stream off? Yes. TT says, how do you make the number 1 disappear? Add a G and it's gone. Oh, I get it. Add the letter G, it turns into gone. Alex M says, damn, I love my cat, but I hate his hair getting everywhere. Okay. Red says, I make 6-7 videos. Okay. Dead says, are you in college? I keep that private. Lost says, math rock and Midwest emo are really good for you since you're gay. Okay. Gone says, I can only watch for a little bro. I understand. Alex M says, my pleasure, Don's mom. Anemia. Zai says, although you're not the targeted audience for superhero franchises, is there any superhero film or show that specifically caught your interest in time? As you would expect, like most people, The Dark Knight, the one with Joker. Lost says, your mother's name is Maria. Maybe. Maddie says, what time is it for you, Don? It is nighttime. Justice says, a group of crows is called a murder. Okay. D says, I'm obsessed with you. Okay. Alex says, superhero movies are so passe. I don't know what that means. Mystery says, Alex, stop bathing yourself with chicken broth, and your cat will leave you alone. Okay. Jeeves says, nighttime, way to narrow it down. I see what you're saying. I was vague intentionally, though. Dead says, what's the goal with this? Obviously, besides answering questions. Fame and money. RT says, I'm outside at your house. I don't believe you. Immigration says, I'm not a bot account. I believe you. Roxy says, does pineapple belong on pizza? Yeah. iDod says, should I change my name from iDod cause I like it to iDod? I think so. Alex says, would you ever try Pilk, Pepsi and milk? Supposedly people really drink this. No. I remember seeing in my YouTube recommendations a pickle Pepsi tutorial. Azael says, hi, I'm back from yesterday live. Hi. Maddie says, do you remember me? I don't. Lazy says, end stream. No. Popsicles says, hi. Hello, Popsicles. Gone says, I've tried Pilk. It's really good. Pepsi and milk. Okay. Immigration says, do you remember me now? I do. Coke says, don't go to North Korea. I didn't have plans. Mystery says, Alex, Pepsi and milk is no different than a soda float. Okay. Bond says, are you a Indian? I'm not. Filmed says, hey, hi. Josh says, respect to you for being so consistent and dedicated to this. P.S. Your shortest mod recorded. Josh. Thank you, Josh. You're my shortest mod. Urban says, is grenade a corn? No. Maddie says, my cats say hi. Hi, Maddie's cats. Toxic says, have you tried a root beer float? Yeah. Gorilla says, do you like VR? No. Collector says, would you rather grill with propane or charcoal? Charcoal. 10 says, you know the difference between hormone and enzyme? You can't hear an enzyme. Okay, funny. Alex M says, charcoal grilling only. Okay. Alex M says, even in King of the Hill, everyone but Hank thought it was superior. Okay. Bond says, Red Indian means Native American. Maybe. I'm not sure. iDodd says, should I change my name? I already answered and said that yes, you should. Flob says, you live again, let's go. Let's go. YG says, oh, Long Johnson. Okay. Alex M says, and Bobby's books with it in the sequel / new season. Bobby uses charcoal. Okay. The Kush says, an idea for your first merch, a shirt that says Hog Reveal? That's not my style, but thank you. First says, I agree, let's go to Olive Garden, please. No. Zai says, some seabirds called boobies, male chickens called cock, cats called pussies, donkeys are called ass, and of course, penis worms are real creatures. What is wrong with humanity? That was an interesting comment. Alex M says, were you old enough to watch Filthy Frank, aka Joji, on YouTube? Yeah, but I didn't like most of his stuff. Tin says, are you growing your hair out? Yes. Sweet says, what's your favorite place to go for a holiday? Family's house. The Kush says, Hog Reveal merch as your inside joke to followers. I understood what you meant, but again, that's not my style. Nehemiah says, GR2 Oolong is bad. What? Rotar says, I subscribe. Okay. Alex says, Papu Franku was my favorite YouTuber. He taught me all my Japanese. Okay. Bond says, what do you think about India? I need an honest opinion. Indifferent. Julia says, Joji is pretty superior in my opinion. Okay. Slash says, hey there, buddy, chum, pal, friend, what? The Van says hello, hi. Frozen says nice haircut, thank you. Gorilla says, are you depressed? No. Julia says, what brand is your jacket? My polo shirt? I don't know, but I got it from JCPenney. Alex M says you're missing super chats. I am? Am I missing super chats? It doesn't appear so. It doesn't look like it. Toxic says, what video games do you play? Minecraft. Nehemiah says, this stream is Bill. What? Alex M says, I saw some stuff pop up. Oh yeah, when people subscribe, their name comes up. I want to turn it off, but I am confused how to. Big Nate says, the amazing Dawn, I'm gonna head out. I'll see you later, okay? See ya, Nate. Thank you again for your super chat. Josh says, I'm Texas Val Gonzalez. Okay. Alex M says, no way, only like 2 people have subscribed. You need to have your subscriptions public. You need to flick the option on YouTube, make my subscriptions public, for me to put it on the screen. Bond says, I started noticing you 'cause you look very indifferent. Okay. Frozen says, I have a mohawk. Okay. Gon says, my real name is Andre. Okay. Johnny says, hello, I'm new here. You look kinda depressed. So I'm a subscribe. Okay. Ash says, hi, it's AJ. Have you ever listened to Kurt Cobain's music? Nirvana's music? I have. I've listened to Nevermind a few dozen times. Pander says Elliot Rogers. Okay. The Potter says, Dawn, I am back. Hi. M says, what if you were Michael Jackson? Then I would be Michael Jackson. Shapeshifting says, I'm online. Okay. Hi. C says, the letter E is better than S. What's your opinion? I like S better. Alex M says, he. Okay. Daisy says, God bless you. Turn to Jesus Christ. He will turn your life for the better. Thank you, but no. Shapeshifting says 6-7 juggling emoji. Okay. Silly says, who is Jinxie? A streamer. Harvey says, why do you wear the same outfit every day? Because I really like the style. Alex M says, I think Jinxie and his gay friend fell off. Sketch. Okay. Gorilla says, my name's Gorilla, not Gorilla. Gorilla. My name's Gorilla Shay, not Gorilla. Well, I'm gonna call you Gorilla anyways. The Kush says, Dawn's gotta have a 9-inch thigh slapper. No comment. Zai says, fun fact. Bamboo is the tallest species of true grass. That means pandas touch more grass than the Fortnite community. Okay. Slash says, I'm going to sleep. Bye. Val says, do you support furries? I guess. Sakira says, that motherfucker got an ounce of power and timed me out yesterday. Sorry about that, but sorry about that. Alex says Costco or Sam's Club. Costco. Carissa says, I heard there's pedos and vigilantes on Minecraft. True. Axel says furries are CP. No. Leah says David Buster's or McDonald's. I prefer McDonald's. Mystery says when Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone, he had 3 missed calls from Don Benitez. I don't get it. Frozen says, why is slow mode on? So people don't spam. Leia says hi. Hi, Leia. The Kush says 44 minutes until hog reveal. Not true. IHOP says, I hate Denny's so much. That is a cool YouTube account. Slay says, Harry Potter or Percy Jackson? Harry Potter. Lost says Carl's Jr. or Hardee's? Carl's. Shapeshifting says come to Brazil. We got YouTube Live here as well. No matter how many times you ask. Pokemon says you're a goated streamer. Thank you. Alex says, sorry, IHOP. I'm not gonna lie. I prefer Denny's. Okay. Dustin says Australia or America? America. C says E is greater than S. Your opinion is wrong. How can an opinion be wrong? Gorilla says text art. Cool. Alex M says Denny's greater than IHOP. Okay. Q says ... Okay. Dustin says, are you against Trump? No comment. Shapeshifting says, at IHOP, where exactly? No comment. Lost says, the habit is just Denny's, not gonna lie. You like Denny's as well? Along with Alex? Okay. Joe Dirt says, Pokemon sounds like poke a man. Okay. Alex M says, Denny's crazy spicy skillet with 2 eggs over easy, greater than all of IHOP's menu. I think I agree. Ed Day says horse or dog. Dog. TT says, what does a robot do after a one-night stand? He nuts and bolts. Funny. Random says, how long have you been doing this? For an hour. Shapeshifting says, in Australia, we eat spider and venomous snakes burger with kangaroo fries. No, you don't. Fantastic says, I was once trapped in woman's body. Then I was born. Me too. Mystery says, in high school, teachers had to raise their hand to talk to Don Benitez. Okay. Kush says, saw a clip of a man fighting a kangaroo in the street in Australia a couple days ago. Okay. Vin says, at Frozen Goals hates you. He does? Okay. First says, funny, unamused emoji. That's me. Adea says, I believe in kangaroo fries. Okay. Pat says, how do you get Pikachu on a bus? You poke him on. Nice. Zai says, do you believe morality is subjective or objective, existing truths of reality? I mean, subjective. Alex says, Kai Snat quit. Quit what? Streaming. Potter says, author J.K. Rowling confirmed in 2007 that Dumbledore is gay. Okay. Mr. Mystic says, what the difference of hi or hello? Formality. Sekiro says, did Kai quit because of that girl? I don't know. Ice says, I'm not gay, but I like girls. Okay. Marcelo says, hi, me again. I promised you that I will always be in your life. Always. Okay. Water says, hello, Water. Alex says, Kai can quit streaming? That's crazy. Dude was on top for real. Yeah, he was number 1. Nehemiah says, me. Okay. Shapeshifting says, L headphones. They are bad. Zach says, G. Okay. The Potter says, bro, chill. No need to hurry. But I'm streaming. Drag says, I just came back and saw you drop your headphones. Okay. Veen says, shit from a butt or poop from an ass. Poop. Will says, do you smoke weed? No. OG says, you need a haircut. I do. Dark says, when you flip someone off, do you put your thumb out to the side? What? Shapeshifting says, Dawn, the spam filter is blocking so much. Anything you can do, or even want to do? My best comments are missing. I don't think I have control over the filter that's blocking your messages. C. Brown says, you look like someone who drinks kale smoothies as a personality trait. Okay. Vale says, do you like microwaves? I do. Tayet says, Saturn emoji. Okay. Zai says, subjective, good. Subsequently, are you Unitarian? Outcomes matter more. Or deontologist, the principle of something matters more. I mean, Unitarian. Alex M says, yes, Trump definitely touched kids. Okay. TT says, 36 minutes left. That's right. Will says, you look like your breath smells like Wolverine's ass. Okay. Johnny says, Amerima or America? America. Invader says, can I pick your nose? No. Marcos says hello. Hello, Marcos. The Reg says Trump is a girl. Okay. The Potter says Tamata blah 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 is the Maori name for a hill in New Zealand. I remember. Rovi says Japan or USA. USA. Shapeshifting says Trump so tight. Okay. Cody says hello. How's your day today? Great. Drago says good night, Alex M. Okay. Guide says, can you luck me up, daddy? What? Alex M says, good night, Drago. Okay. Ed Day says, night, Dawn. Night, Ed Day. Reggie says, did you know my mum is a lady/girl? Yeah. Private says, you seem like you're having a bad day. Okay. Freddy says he's 40. Maybe. Will says, do you do these streams often? Daily. Shapeshifting says, never mind. Copycat. First says, bruh, I made Porma 2 a bingo sheets, and I don't think they're even using it. That's unfortunate. Dat says, there's a religion that worships a god called the Flying Spaghetti Monster. I've heard of that. Alex M says Wingstop or BWW. B Buffalo Wild Wings. Zai says, do you believe that identity affirms reality? If I think I am a leopard, I am now a leopard. No. Angel says, for anyone reading this, you are an amazing person and God loves you. Okay. Johnny says, what happens when the timer goes to 0? Will you stop then? Yes. Kai says, straight people are wild. Okay. AE says, dicks in my ass. Good for you. Your mom says, have you ever jacked off in your vehicle? No comment. The Potter says, these soul-sucking creatures were inspired by Rowling's experiences with depression, particularly after her mother's death. Okay. Alex M says, wrong answer. Wingstop is superior. Okay. Alex M says, Milan, nice a fellow Tool fan. Okay. Ice says, I jerk off in the fitting room. Okay. The Reg says, D's nuts. Okay. Ivan says, do you have any siblings? Yes. Lost says, 1998, a day I will never forget. The cop in me died that day. Okay. Milan says, swing on the spiral. What? Hazard says, are you gay? No. Cursed says, if you had the power to teleport, but every time you used it, someone else got teleported randomly, would you use your power? No. Mystery says, Don Benitez tells Simon what to do. Okay. Sam says, are you freaky? No. Hazard says, can H son too? What? Taunt says, where do you born? USA. Alex says, a cop was in you? No comment. Zai says, are you liberal, conservative, or a little bit of both? Gonna keep that private. Sam says, definitely freaky. Okay. Onyx says, SpongeBob SquarePants Titans of the Tide is available on Xbox Series S, X, Switch, PS5. Okay. Shapeshifting says, OMG, sibling lore, how many? Are you guys romantic? No incest. Bennett says, do you let your dad hit it? No comment. Yarp says, should conjoined twins have to buy 2 tickets for everything? No. Veto says, actually I said I don't know how to read. Okay. Tayet says, what is your age? I'm gonna keep that private. Alex M says, mystery is definitely just repackaging Chuck Norris jokes. Okay. Mystery says, Don Benitez can hear sign language. Okay. Nehemiah says, Jack. Okay. Valerie says, are you 27? Maybe. Drago says, 30 more minutes then the live ends. True. C. Brown says, I bet you will this read wrong maybe. I read it right. Shapeshifting says, ABC, D's nuts. Okay. Ivan says, do you do this every day? I do. Brody says, what is the timer for? It's when the stream ends, but if you give me money, I extend it. Reggie says, what's your dream car? I don't have one. JK says, bro. What? Shapeshifting says, bro clicked his own comment L streamer. Did I do that? Okay. Alex M says, C. Brown got owned. Okay. Vibin says, I wumped your mom. Okay. Rem says, do you hate people? No. Double says, what? Okay. No comment. LX says, I'm back. I got banned by Alex M. No, you didn't. Alex M says, incest porn with the volume off is just porn. Okay. Hayat says hi. Hello, Hayat. The Potter says, King's Cross Station had a very special and personal significance for J.K. Rowling. Her parents actually met on a train bound for Scotland that departed from King's Cross. Okay. Income says, give me an airline for an edit. Spirit Airlines. Dane says, how many times do you wipe when you do? No comment. Mystery comment says, Chuck Norris doesn't joke about Don Benitez. He knows better than that. Okay. Miranda says, please answer my comments. I might. Real says, give me a animating app. I don't know one. Alex M says, I'm too old to try to be edgy, buddy. Okay. Rem says, Snape, you better shut your bitch up. Okay. Y says, do you have no sense of humor? When I stream, I don't. Valerie says, I came on YouTube to look for psychic readings. I got stuck here. This is fun. You were looking for that fake stuff? Dick says, did you watch the Seahawks thrash the 40 Whiners? No. Sam says, Don Benitez, what's your favorite hobby? Video editing. Estelle says, you smile like it hurts you. Okay. Double says, ball sacks dragging across my screen. Okay. Zai says, do you like/respect Black Sabbath, the band that created all of heavy metal? I haven't listened to their stuff. I should do that. Ice says, you have a butt nose. Okay. Mystery says, Alex, why does incest come up first in your search history? Okay. Shapeshifting says, when you pray for someone in his absence, angels pray for you? Thoughts, Don? I don't understand. That says, what's your favorite song? My favorite song is, one of them is On a Plane by Nirvana. Mar says, do you like Groot? Yeah. GD says, do you play Terraria? I used to. Mar, I already read that. Big says, why do you think so many of your viewers like to argue and fight with each other? Because it's entertaining. Skibbity says, are you femboy? I don't consider myself that. Rem says, what does parasocial mean? A fake friendship that's on the internet. Like you and me. Shapeshifting says, nice bed in the background, but that body pillow is wild, haha. Hope it is not real human material. I don't have a body pillow. Gozy says, I'm back, bro. What's up, Gozy? Paul says, bro, can I watch the stream while using the toilet? I'm not gonna stop you. Uranium says, bro is the chillest guy. Okay. Mandy says, oh, why does that burn so much? What? Gorilla says, do you remember me? I don't. Lost says, so basically you're a prostitute and we're your tricks we give you. Money to do things. Yeah, in a way. A digital prostitute. But like friendship instead of money. Mastery says, I like your headphones. It's my favorite color too. Black? Okay. Simon says, can you dance? No. Shapeshifting says, Don, Mandy is being burned alive and is just commenting. Help her, bro. I am unable to help. Sam says, Don Benitez, read this comment so I can finish. There you go. D says, what is important? Money or time? Time. The Potter says, Don, do you remember the day you got ham jammed in a door? No. Gozy says, say egg. There you go. Shapeshifting says hi. Hi, shapeshifting. First says, in that definition, are you the one who's friends with us or vice versa? I think it goes both ways. Keza says stop. No. Zai says, have you ever listened to Breaking Benjamin? Once. Beam says, salutations, Poppy. Hi. Mystery says, If you have $5 and Don has $5, Don now has $10. That's how this works. Okay. Amit says, what's your most embarrassing moment? If you remember, what is it? I once called infrared vision night vision by accident in a public speech. Slide says, what's your, least favorite sport? Soccer. Rome says, optimal rate to tax my citizens? 10. First says, then that's just a situation where people both think they're friends with each other, but technically aren't. That's right. Mastery says, you look sleepy, bro. Okay. Hell says, are you bald? No. Lost in a Room says, someone will give you $6 and you will increase nothing. If I get $6, the timer will go up. Zai says, she's learning what parasocial means. How educational. Okay. Sekiro says, average California resident. That's like me, to be honest. D says, menomal tramcroscopy. Okay. Rem says, do you smoke? No. Gozy says, I remember that I get burned my foot by a plastic. Okay. Andrea says, are you amazed at how silly some of these questions/statements get? I mean, I've gotten used to it, so no. Alex M says, my CPA says I owe like $10,000 in federal taxes. I think I need a new CPA. Okay. Gorilla says, met my friend. His has get a big D. Okay. Don says, where are you from? I'm big fan. The United States. Shape-shifting sweetheart super chatted $1. Thank you. Shapeshifting says, when I go to sleep, I see you. This $1, actually 67 cents from Australia dollars, sorry, is a prayer for our love to be real. Amen. I don't think our love will ever be real. Thank you, Shapeshifting, for the $1. Again, I don't think our love will be real. If I were you, I would try to throw away that fantasy. Law says, how much to increase to an hour more? $6. Dana says, can you grow a beard? Yeah, but it looks bad. Alex M says, shut down. What? C Brown says, do you own a ceiling fan? I do. WAP says, so Don, do you think it's possible to get arrested for farting? No. Alex M says, so $1 for 10 minutes? That's right. Don't you see that at the bottom of the screen, like right here? And in my message? Alex says, that's $5 an hour, my man. Yeah. Very below minimum wage. Reggie says, I dare you to shout, it's football, bruv. No. Stay says, do you or your parents know what you're doing this weekend for the Weald days? No comment. Alex M says, it's 6, my guy. You're bad at math too. I mean, I noticed the mistake, but there is like a fee that I have to pay, so I just didn't mention the mistake. Mystery says, if you put a fake hair on your stream screen, it will make people click like or subscribe. That's scummy. The Potter says, what do you think the purpose of life is? There's none. In says, does Sasquatch exist? No. Hello says, I think I just sharded myself. Okay. Jana says, what do you think of Arab people? They're people. Charlie says, what's your favorite food? The Big Mac. Richard says, bro, when are you coming back to Saudi Arabia? Me and Ibn AI miss you. I've never been there. Amit says, what made you make streams like this? I saw someone doing what I'm doing, reading messages, and thought it looked entertaining. Heidi says, your fingers are done cracking, twin. What? William says, what's your favorite game and song? Game, Red Dead 1. Alex M says, you don't seem very entertained. Well, I am. Aussie says, I'm back. Only 24 minutes of live, then you're gone. Ooh, that's right. Jason says, can you do a backflip? No. Mystery says, did Jacqueline actually go missing now? She was, present in most of last stream. Jason says, I like this dude. He's actually funny as fuck. Okay. First says Dawn, the pinned message is gone, so actually can't see that donation extend the timer. The pinned message is gone? Really? On my screen it's there. Maybe you're confused. Lorenzo says, what's your worst fear? Car crashes. First says, oh, never mind. Now it's there. Okay. Amit says, who is Jacqueline? One of my regular viewers. Alex M says, no, it's not gone. It just says you're at, and then stream ends with, you have to click on it. Okay. Still says, no more option to super chat. Not on YouTube. Eric says, what's a belief you were 100% sure about 5 years ago, you now think was completely wrong? Objective morality. Drago says, the fear of long words is called hippo blah 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 blah. Ironic. Alex M says, Goose Swain is hilarious. I remember following him on Instagram in 2018. Law says, I thought I was one of your regular viewers. You are. Alex M says, show me that ceiling. No, I don't want to. The Potter says, Here are some very random facts. Octopuses have 3 hearts and blue blood. Okay. Shapeshifting says, make me mod. Wait. How did I forget to make you mod? My bad. I can't believe I forgot to do that. You gave me money and I didn't make you mod. Alright, you are now mod Shapeshifting. Do not ban people or delete messages. I apologize again. I can't believe I forgot that. Jason says, when I was 7, I split my forehead open. Wow. Real says, America or MAGA? No comment. Drow says, have you eaten a snail? No. Sekiro says, I'm afraid to comment. Now I got PTSD. Okay. Aussie says, why do you sound depressed? Personality. Tayet says, why aren't you happy? I am happy. Sam says, I'm leaving since you won't show your ceiling fan. Okay. Fat Man says, what would you do for a Klondike bar? Still not interested. Bodhi says, why does that kazoo thing get so popular anyways? I don't know. Heidi says, what's your opinion on the economical and political state of the world right now? Hello, Jaden. It's crazy, but it's always crazy. Alex M says, did you watch Report of the Week? Review Bra? Yes. Drow says, would you rather adopt a 18-month-year-old daughter or a 18-year-old daughter? 18-month. Alex M says, you remind me of him. He's goated. Okay. Mystery says, when I was 4 head, I split my 7 open. Okay. S1 says, if you see this, what games do you like when you were like a kid? I liked Minecraft, and I still do. Drow says, wait, I'm slow. I just said 18-month year. Okay. Shapeshifting says 18-year-old salivating emoji. Okay. NX says, how do you keep your face straight? Because it's just text on a screen. Tayet says, I love you. Okay. Renard says, why do you delete your live streams? Why do I unlist them? Because I don't want to flood people's subscription boxes with my daily live streams. Shapeshifting says, put address on. No. User says Minecraft is goated. Yeah. Shapeshifting says, I am reporting you to the consumer's hotline because I did not get what I paid for. They will get you. I don't know what you're talking about. At says, you like edit? Yes. Amit says, what was your favorite toy as a kid? I don't want to say. Jason says, Roblox or Fortnite? Fortnite. Vegan says, your monotone voice is kind of cool. Thank you. T says, what do you think about America boomed Venezuela? I mean, I heard that that there were reasons for it. Shapeshifting says, bro liked playing with nothing. I just don't want to share it. Drago says 15 minutes left. Yeah. Mulaney says hello. Hello, Mulaney. Rome says, how do you handle all the asylum inmates in chat? It's not hard. I'm desensitized. The goat says, abophobia is the fear of words being spelled the same forwards and backwards. The fear of palindromes? Okay. Shapeshifting says, how bad could a toy be? What? Noxious says, the headphones are completely fucking up your hairdo. I can't even get it up. You can't masturbate because of my headphones? Okay. Heidi says, Joe Bart for President 2026. May we all yoo-hoo for Labubu. I'm not voting that guy. I don't watch him. Shapeshifting says, favorite toy as a kid? Dumbo. What? T-Lon says, you're actually entertaining, man. Okay. Gozy says, egg, 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 how to basic. Okay. Ice says, Fortnite or Minecraft. Minecraft. Everyone says, I am not no one. Okay. Angel says, what is the background song name? It comes from a YouTube video by Notch called Stress Test. Bluetooth says, opposite of whatever that is. I don't know what that is. Slide says, what do you want to be when you grow up? I'm an adult now. Estelle says, will you ever wear wigs? I don't get the reference. X says, the only way I would have a good day today was to take my dog for the first day. Okay. Epoch says, this is a high-tech live because of the elements. Okay. T-Lon says, do you believe in the Big Bang Theory? Yeah, I guess so. Andrew says, clap cheeks or split wigs. No comment. Atmish says, your type edit? Uncanny. Drow says, if you could be a Minecraft mob, which 3 would you want to be the most? I would want to be a skeleton. Shapeshifting says, hello. International Court of Justice. Yes. This is about Don Benitez. Yes. I want him in a underground isolation chamber right this instant. Okay. Bluetooth says, do you think the pineapple should be charged for sexual assault? Who? First says, do you like the new Minecraft baby mod or the old ones better? New. Ice says 10 minutes till what? Till I end the stream. John says, is this fun for you? Yeah, it's similar to doom scrolling. Shapeshifting says, bro, get off me. That's my part. What? And X says, what is something about you used not to tell on your old streams that you can share with us now? That I live in the USA. The Potter says my ham is jammed. Okay. AH says, do you feel emotions? I do. Lost says, why don't you gaslight people into sending you money? Because I don't want to ruin my reputation. Epoch says, how often you go live? Daily. Joe says, surprising fact. 1,000,000 seconds equals 11 days. 1,000,000,000 seconds, 31 years. Wow. Estelle says, as the economy sinks, will you be charging $2 for mod? Eventually. Shapeshifting says, you're not supposed to touch them there. You are a teacher, and this is wrong. Ah, get your hands off me. Okay. Shrimpu says, so you're just responding to questions? That's right. Drag says, phobophobia is the fear of phobias or developing a phobia. Okay. Rome says, schizo chatters. I think just normal people, but they're anonymous. First says, no, please don't become one of those people that end up charging 40 for mod. Not 40, but maybe 5 or 2. Shapeshifting says, homophobia is the fear of a... what is it again? It's... no comment. Annie says, homophobia is the fear of me. You're homosexual? Okay. The Potter says, my penis is literally jammed. Okay. Angel says, acrophobia is the fear of heights. Okay. Alex M says, see y'all. You're leaving? Bye. Shapeshifting says, what is the hell is a YouTube live stream? A stream on YouTube. Shapeshifting says, bye Alex M, the goat. Bye Alex. Drow says, if you had to get rid of one food group, what would it be? Example, protein, carbs. Buddy says, I'm a schizo. Okay. Aaron says, looks like you're on drugs. Okay. AH says, release the files, bro. What files? Dad says, favorite subject? History. 43 says, alpha raxiophobia is the fear of food. Okay. Nathaniel says, what's your favorite sport? Basketball. By the way, when this timer ends, I end the stream, but if you super chat $1, I'll extend it by 10 minutes, which you can do with the link in my channel page. And you will also get mod if you super chat. It's Gabriel says, sup, Donnie boy. Donatello, what's up? It's me, Mario. Hi. Shapeshifting says, super chat $1. That doesn't work. First says, the Oatstein files, obviously. I don't know what that is. Shapeshifting says, google.com where to find a farmer that wants a wife. Okay. Noxious says, do we get more questions answered if we super chat? Yes. Sekiro says, someone super chat a cool 5, I'm broke. Okay. Copy says, any plans to run for president? No plans. Justice says, Norse were the first to meet Native Americans. Can I send $6? I mean, yeah, of course you can. And I did not know that. I'm not sure if that's true. Callie says, good night, Don. Good night, Callie. By the way, thank you for your super chat that you sent via Cash App the other day. Shapeshifting says, Don Benophobia is the fear fill in the blank, and if you say no comment, you like men. Random messages. Joseph says, I Cash Apped you, Don. You did? Let me see. I prefer people to use the other website, but I guess Cash App works. And you did Cash App, so I will extend the stream. Thank you, Joseph, for super chatting $5. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And, you know, I'll make you mod, of course. One second, I'm just fixing the stream right now. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. Okay, I have extended the timer. I apologize for being absent from the stream. And I have received another super chat from Still Not Impressed, $5. Wow. We went from 4 minutes to 1 hour and 42 minutes. That's quite a jump. Still Not Impressed did not provide any message. Thank you again, Still Not Impressed. And Joseph, if you... I want to mod you. Where are you? There you are. Alright, Joseph, you are now mod. Joseph says, yeah, the link wasn't working for me tonight. It wasn't? Why is this? Why is it giving me problems? I would mod you, Still Not Impressed, if I saw you in the chat. Are you in the chat? You didn't provide a YouTube name in your super chat, so I'm not exactly sure who you are. Callie says, same link didn't work for me either yesterday. Man, this... I probably should work on bringing back YouTube super chats. I'll do that. Porma2 says, do you like girls? I do. It's Gabriel says, yo, Donnie, the Don of USA. Quick question. Will you rather tickle a butthole, or would you let the butthole tickle you? No comment. First says, I have 2 bingos, but want to fill up the whole board. Good luck. Shapeshifting says, one thing you are pro, one thing you are anti. I am pro. Pay to play games. I dislike free to play games. How does that fulfill your entire comment? It's Will says, play any games. Minecraft. Sammy says you are boring as watching paint dry. Okay. Msoa says, would you rather fight 100 duck-sized elephants? I would do that one as opposed to the following one. Mello says, name of the game. Love and Desire. I don't know what game you're talking about. That was just a guess. Zetrix says, what's your favorite meal? Well, I like cheeseburgers. Drago says, when someone says as cheap as chips, it ironically means something is expensive. Okay. AH says, can you smile? I can if I wanted to. Estelle says, you can live in any fiction universe, but you are a civilian. Pluribus. Still not impressed says, you should ask for more for 10 minutes. You're making less than half of minimum wage doing it for $1 10 minutes. That is something I've thought about. I'll eventually change it, but for now, I'm gonna slave away. And I'll make you mod, by the way. I have finally found you. Or did I? I think I might have lost you. Where are you? Oh my god. Well, still not impressed. If you type in the chat right now, I can make you mod. There you are. Okay. Alright, still not impressed. You are now moderator. Do not ban people. It's Gabriel says, yo, Donaldo, do you like femboys? Be honest, cause I follow you on Insta and I swear you liked a post of a femboy. That wasn't me. First says, legend has it they're still not impressed. Okay. Rome says he's doing it for the love of the game, not the money. It's a mix. Porma2 says Don is smart. He would bookmark, not like. Yeah. Ben says all hail the new mod. Okay. Yeah, hail impressed. Drago says I will come back later, but for now, I'm gonna go do something else. See ya. Shapeshifting says at Porma2, why are you evil? Oh yeah, his profile picture change. Benson says I'm addicted to gammon steaks. Okay. Marcus says, what's a skeleton with no arms? A bone. What? Mondi says goodnight. By Mandy, not Mondi. Porma2 says, I'm not a bad man, but now and then you need to ask yourself what a bad man would do. Okay. Shapeshifting says, goodnight, Mandy. Okay. Hog says, Don Benitez says, can you tell us about Corn Pop? He was a bad dude. I received a super chat from Doughboy. Thank you, Doughboy. $6. Thank you. Doe says, really enjoy the streams and your lack of emotion. 10 out of 10. Thank you. You enjoy my lack of emotion. Okay. Thank you again, Doe. And, if I see you in the chat, I'll make you a mod. The Potter says peep. Okay. Gian says, can you sing a line or two? I'm not gonna do that. Doughboy says, that's me. Alright, I hope this is you. It's gotta be you. There's no way that someone changed their name that fast. Alright, Doughboy, I'm making you moderator. Do not ban people or delete messages. You are an ornamental mod. Thank you again, Doe, for your $6. Angel says, what if we keep donating? How will you get rests? Well, when I think the timer is too large, I disable donating. That's the plan. And in fact, I do not want any more donations. This is it. The timer is not going to increase anymore. Do not donate. This is the end. That is it. Jana says, what's the first thing you will do if you were in Saudi Arabia? Beastland. That's all I know that's there. Vior says, hi Don, what's good? Hello Vior. First says, this is the end. Well, that was dark, Don. I guess it kinda... sure. Porma2 says, I will do heroin. Okay. Shapeshifting says, are you this exciting in bed? No comment. Hog says, Don, tell us about Corn Pop in detail. He ran a gang of boys with pomade in their hair. Drow says, want to hear a joke? What did the kid with no hands get for Christmas? I don't know. Why don't you tell me? Can you tell me? Tell me, please. Drow says, Don, don't. No, he hasn't opened it. No comment. One Hand says, I need you to call the police. I'm in Dolby, Louisiana, trapped in a fucking house with a bunch of fucking people trying to fucking kill me. I can't help, sorry. Shapeshifting says, he got nothing for Christmas. We do not help the disabled. I condemn your comment. Root says, do you like pickles? Yeah. Garen says, I need the best advice for a WWE Royal Rumble. I can't help. Hog says, Corn Pop was a bad dude who ran a bunch of bad boys. Blah blah blah. Diving board chain. Okay. Will says, I just woke up, lad. What you been doing? This. Mr. T says, I was already around when it happened to me, but now I'm not even in a position where I have a chance. What? The Potter says, my baby Potters are stuck in a door, help. Sorry. Ben says, please buy and send me some gammon now that you have $6. No. Ian says, you aren't fooling anyone. With what? Shapeshifting says, I am calling the Dolby, Indiana police. They are on their way. Okay. Mr. T says, the first time you have a problem, you need help with something else. I can do to fix it, but you don't need help. What? Yet says West Virginia or North Virginia. West. AH says, I eat uranium. Okay. Adam says, dude, can you search Mr. Hands? No. I remember a dude that was named that in the chat a while ago. Shapeshifting says, I am a police officer in Dolby, Indiana, and I often abuse my position of power. Okay. AJ says, this is AJ. You're doing a great job with your live stream. Keep up the great work. A lot of people believe in you. Okay. The Potter says, I eat plutonium. Okay. Shapeshifting says, can that guy from Indiana speak up? Are you there? Super says, how to not be a bad person. Do what society tells you to do. Cody says, okay. Alright. Mufa says, deport illegal hopper. No comment. Hog says, say your fake news as if you were Donald T, not Donald B. What? Dad says, wearing the same shirt as last stream. What your thought? What do you mean? B says, I eat plutonium. Okay. What do you mean, okay? I don't have a reply, so I just thought I would say, okay. To acknowledge that I heard them. Porma2 says, what is a moon? A planetary body? Shapeshifting says, Dolby India guy need help, yes or no? I don't know. Doughboy says this stream is top tier. Keep it up or else. I will. Shapeshifting says, how does the eye know it is anything? What? Mr. T says a moon is a satellite of a planet. That's a good description. Will says, you've got almost 500 subs since Thursday. I have? I guess that's good. Super says, is this AI? No. The Potter says, oi mate, the day is surely in it. Okay. Drow says, have you watched the YouTube video, could you beat Minecraft as Helen Keller? Not that one, but I do know Troglodyte. Shapeshifting says cup of tea. Okay. One Hand says, I'm in Dolby, Louisiana, trapped in a house with a bunch of hilly-billy hicks who gone mad. No comment. Shapeshifting says, Steve Jobs still controls the moon. Okay. Yeti says, cannabis or eating fiberglass insulation. Cannabis. Ian says, why do you only read the stupid shit? Because most of my chat is silly. It's Gabriel says, hey Donella, I want to tell you something really personal, please listen. I'm listening. Team says your voice is amazing. Thank you. Mr. T says, is stupid shit even stupid if it's something, man? Yes. Still says, Dolby guy said 11 made him write it. Also for Dolly guy, that's methed up. Okay. Super says, being mod permanent? No. It's only for this stream. Andrew says, fuck this, I'm out. Bye. Leaf says, can you make me mod? No. He says, when did you last see eat? 4 hours ago. Leaf says, sad. Text art. Okay. Shapeshifting says, would you rather have a mouth or an eye for the consumption? A mouth. Dilbert says, you still suck. Okay. Leia says hi. Hi, Leia. Shapeshifting says, life is like a box of something or rather. Okay. Mr. T says, Mama told me life is like a box of chocolates, and you are allergic to chocolate. Allergic to life. Okay. Fox says, I traded a $30 Mimikyu that if PSA 7 it's 38. What? Team says, read and hate comment like a boss. Okay. Def says, what does the skeleton say to the doctor? What? Someone says, Mr. Tahoe is mean, bro. No. Leia says, I ate a flower today. Okay. I love says, hello. Do you like space? If so, I actually went to a space camp in Alabama. It was really fun. Interesting. I says, I ate a flower today. Okay. Spice says, I ordered a chicken and an egg online. I'll let you know what comes first. I'm guessing the egg. That's my camp. Mr. T says, you mean is bad, good is nice, bad is good. Okay. Shapeshifting says, at Grok, put him in a maid's outfit, extra tight. Okay. Shapeshifting says, what is that sound? Oh, sorry, it's me putting my hand on my keyboard. The Potter says, hey Don, want some of these scrumptious crisps? No thank you. Cat says, wow, how you got from 7 minutes to 2 hours. I skipped your stream earlier. I received donations just in the nick of time. Porma2 says stimming, like a boss. What's stimming? Is that like fidgeting? Shapeshifting says, bro, someone is under Don's table and is trying to make sound. Not true. Alexis says, hello, man. Hello, Alexis. Shin says, do you like K-pop? Do I like K-pop? I do not. Hog says, is there room in your chat for larger chicks? Yeah. Really says, do you play Roblox? No. Scheme says, did you hear the popular game Geometry Dash is now on the Steam charts, top 10 most played games? I did not, and I have the game. M says, I'm neurodivergent too, but everyone stims just differently. Okay. Shapeshifting says, Dawn lives in Dolby, Indiana. It all makes sense now. Holy carp. Okay. Rome says, Courage the Cowardly Dog, best dog. What? Will says, I want to tornado kick a spud right into a new dimension portal. Okay. Laughing says, what do you call a African American with a new pair of shoes? No comment. Mr. T says, I stim on vibration plate with red lights to view red moon through the reeds. Okay. Still says night y'all or morning, however it may be for you where you are. Bye. Still not impressed. Thank you for your super chat. Truly says, would you choose handsome gay hunk or ugly lady? Ugly lady. Estelle says Latinas or blondies. I don't want to answer. True says hi. Hello, True. Zach says hi. Remember me from yesterday? I don't. Joe Yan says, have you tried it? Tried what? Really says, how do you have 4K subs with just one stream? Look at my playlists on my channel. Joseph says, do you have any Fortnite dubs this season or not really? In the South Park season? No. It's Gabriel says, Dawn, listen to my personal story. When I was a kid, basically every day, for a whole summer, I got brutally molested by a guy with Down syndrome. Sorry that you were molested. AH says, ha, try to pronounce this. Gugavug, Vagug, Dehugug, blah blah blah. Skronk says, are you ready for the singularity to happen? I don't know what that is. Porma2 says, at it's Gabriel, that makes you gay. No comment. Doughboy says, does it jiggle? No comment. AKG says, you gotta fix that twisted wire on your headset. This? No, I don't. Amsoa says, do you think you'd like living underwater if you suddenly became a mermaid? Or would it be too scary? I don't want that. It's Gabriel says, duh. It was Dawn who molested me. No comment. Meme says, Mr. T, what's with the 97,000 subs, but your highest viewed video has only 21,000 views? Okay. Truly says, at parasocial, hi, gay, mate. I'm not gay. Diane says, tartar sauce on hamburgers? Yes. No. No. Max says, I'm sorry, Dawn. I did that to your booty hole. You got the wrong person. Johan says, have you tried Arcane? I haven't. Rome says, do you think the Burger King needs to be dethroned? No, I like Burger King. Doe says Xbox or PS? PS. Futan says gay. Okay. Porma2 says, fuck you, Johan. I know it's you impersonating me. It was Johan? Okay. I think I see that. AJ says, did you ever want to take Taekwondo? No. Joseph says favorite fast food pizza chain. Domino's. Trench says, do you think AI could self-evolve to take over the world? No. Shapeshifting says, when I go to sleep, I wake up. How do I even stop that? At Google. What? Shapeshifting says, I am an AI. Okay. Saint says, wake up and be somebody. Preferably not gay, though. I condemn your comment. Johan says, at Porma2, bro, it was just a one-time joke. I'm not gonna do that every stream. You know, I kind of thought it was you, Porma2, because of when that guy started banning people, went on a rampage. I thought maybe you got caught in it, and that sparked the idea to be a fake impersonator. Shapeshifting says bonjour. Hi. Shapeshifting says Porma2. Okay. River says say my name River. There you go. AJ says, have you ever wanted to say martial arts? No. Andre says, did you know the square root of 69 is 8 something? I did not. Yeti says, favorite movie or TV shows you've watched recently? Barry Lyndon. Porma2 says, I'm strategic. I don't chat for a little while every time there's a new mod. That's smart. Allahas says, who is your favorite mass murderer of all time? No comment. Shapeshifting says, same my name Lake. Okay. Shapeshifting says, say my name Ocean. There you go. Spice says, what was your favorite show during childhood? Avatar: The Last Airbender. Porma2 says, say my name Jeff. There you go. Collector says, can you say my name Ligma? There you go. Pat says, do you ever get bored of streaming? Only a tiny bit. Odie says, Dawn? Hi. Zandex says, my PC broke. Sorry. Andre says, are you AI or are you real? Real. Zach says, did you know that pi is 3.14, but if you put a phone calculator at the mirror with 3.14, then it says pi? It does? Does it really? Gabriel says, Donnie, can you shout out my boy racial slur? It's his birthday. No. Shapeshifting says PC means personal cage. Okay. Joseph says, you should have condemned the favorite mass murdering comment. Haha. I did. Yes says, watch BFDI. I don't know what that is, so. Andre says, are you real human or Homo erectus? I'm a human. HUD says, my brother died. Sorry. Shapeshifting says, who would name a child racial slur? No idea. Doe says, say my name. Mouth-watering perfection starts with 2 sear sizzled 100% beef patties and Big Mac sauce sandwiched between a sesame seed bun, American cheese. What a nice name. Yes says watch BFDI. What does that stand for? Yet says you remind me of the Madden YouTuber Bengal. Okay. Rafina says, what is your interest in girls? Ones that don't look like me. Shapeshifting says, I will name my son racial slur in hopes of reducing the stigma. Don't do that. Nicole says, say licks. Okay. M says, damn, I kinda look like you. I remember you saying that. Porma2 says, at Porma2, you can change your old profile picture back if you prefer that one. I'ma delete this account. Continuing with it would spoil your comments. I mean, okay. Odie says question mark. Okay. Rome says words only have power if you give them power. Okay. Shapeshifting says BFDI means Big Freakin' Dolby, Indiana. I don't think that's the case. Shapeshifting says I forgot. You really do seem like an AI with how much comments you're pumping out. MSOA says, what should humanity's collective goal be? Love, I guess. Like pluribus. Double says, 2 girls, 1 cup. What about it? Shapeshifting says, at Grok, true. Okay. Yes says, watch Battle for Dream Island. It's a web series that started in 2010. No promises. Collector says, I'm getting drunk tonight and having pizza rolls. Okay. HUD says, I have some roasts, but they're not for you. You, the planet from Planet Fitness, you're the reason they invented double doors. No comment. Soul says, what's your favorite anime? I don't watch anime. Johan says, my bad. I switched to it so I can delete that account, but I couldn't figure it out yet. Don't get mad, Porma2. I'm not trolling anymore. You're very sweet. Zach says, what is 100 over 6 but decimal? I can't process that. Rafina says, are you in school? I'm not. M says, are you Nosferatu? No. Dawn says, hi, it's me again. I've been awake for 5 hours when I'm not supposed to. Go to sleep. Mikey says, double shirt Dawn of YouTube. Keep your foot on the neck of the haters. I don't mind haters. Shapeshifting says, I am so sorry. Okay. Gabriel says, Dawn, help. One of my balls went inside my body. I can't help. Nicole says, Hawk to okay. Estelle says, can we see what shoes you got on? You cannot, but they are New Balance. L says, what did make you start this? Fun. Rome says, why does the guy from the math question buy 56 apples to make 1 apple pie? I don't know. Rosen says, remember me now? I don't. The Kush says, New Balances? Yeah, Dawn has a huge thigh slapper. Okay. Pedro says, USS Liberty. No comment. Shapeshifting says, bro wears New Balance. I want him to be an amputee. What? Doe says, fun fact. I've lost a ball up there too. Jump up and down. The ball will pop out. Okay. Gorilla says hi. Hello, Gorilla. L says, what was the worst thing that someone asked you from here? Private, personal questions. Meg says dog. Okay. Shapeshifting says whatever that emoji is. Okay. Alumni says I like to roll and pinch my foreskin. Okay. Shapeshifting says cats are kind of hot. Okay. The Kush says, seems we graduated from people asking Don if he's a serial killer anymore. That's strange. That is true. I do not get that question. I used to get it all the time, but now it's rare. Andre says, are you a normal human or famous human? Normal. It's Vamp says, I just learned that humans produce pheromones to the opposite gender. No wonder there's perfume in cologne. Is that like a joke about homosexuality? Joseph says, are you a serial killer, Don? Very funny. Shapeshifting says, I liked it when you used to look to your left side. But now it's flipped, huh? Okay. 12K says, how many people are buried in your backyard? 0. It's fitting that you ask that because you were a viewer back in those days when I got that question. Rosen says, why are chickens funny? I don't know. Don says, ask me anything and I will answer. I will acknowledge it, you mean. Vanessa says, what kind of headphones do you have? I can hear you clear without bad background. I have a Logitech headphones. They're very cheap. Alumni says, they're not in the yard, they're in his fridge. No. The Kush says, seems I sparked something. Okay. Bald says, hey Don, what is your favorite country? The USA. Not says, most of my cats are dead, and they are all buried in the backyard of my house. That's sad. Gamer says hi. Hello, Gamer. Milo says, a white thing came out my crotch. Semen? Okay. Retro says, whatever that is. Okay. Msoa says, what's the most absurd rule you would make if you were suddenly in charge of the world? No yawning in public. Johan says, Don is hanging with 5 friends. He goes to buy 3 Cokes and forgets to get water for the other 2. How old is Don? Don't know. Missing information. Don says, have you ever gotten bullied before? I don't know. Shapeshifting says, wife is dead and a new woman wants to give herself to you at your wife's funeral. What would you do? I would ignore that person. GF says, bend for Bob. What? Jolina says that was Hindi. Oh, that foreign language earlier? Okay. Gian says, do you have an affair with shapeshifting? Nope. CJ says, what religion? What? Shapeshifting says, and she's your mom as well. What? Jian says, that wasn't Hindi, by the way. That was Bengali. It's either Hindi or Bengali. Okay. Yes says knock knock. Who's there? Donut. Do not drop the soap. Okay. Thrift says first. You're not first. And that is a cool profile picture. CJ says, what religion are you? I'm not religious. The Kush says, Dawn has the bed frame of a man who drinks hard liquor. Okay. Amasoa says, what's one thing you've always wanted to try together but haven't yet? Shapeshifting and I are not together. He's just making up stuff. I don't know why you would believe that. That's a ridiculous thing to take seriously, but to be honest, I doubt you're taking it seriously. Bald says, what superpower do you want? Reading minds. iGuy says, can you please look at my profile picture? I drew it myself. Cool. M says, are you a Virgo? I don't know what that is. Is that a astrology thing? Gian says, if you ever had to stage a coup on a country, which would it be? North Korea. 12K says, I take you and shapeshifting seriously. Okay. Alumi says, you are a good man, Don. A fine man. I have a daughter I wish for you to marry. No thank you. Milo says, can I animate you? Yes. GF says, you need to wash your mouth out after what you just did, my uncle. You got the wrong person. Milo says, thank you. Okay. Jolina says, it's from the Tamil people of India. I Google it. Okay. Jake says, sometimes I like to fart in my hand, blah blah blah. No comment. Jacqueline says, hi Dawn. Wave emoji. Hi Jacqueline. Derp says, the US has a laser that is used to destroy planes, missiles, and small boats. Okay. McKinley says, should I ask my crush out? You should. Dylan says, what is your favorite color? Gray. Not says, I gotta go. I need to go to a funeral. Okay. Ben says, see Kyle. Okay. Shapeshifting says, read the Potter's comment. Okay, the Potter, where are you? The Potter, the Potter, the Potter, the Potter, the Potter. The Potter says, Don, are you a professional? At what? It's Vamp says, Donald says, Don likes chocolate. Okay. LB says, yes, Don is a professional. Nice profile picture. Derp says, see Kyle was meant to sound like that. I get it. I understand. That's messed up. I have received a super chat when I kind of don't really want to get any more super chats. Thank you, Collector. Collector says, have you heard about Operation Northwoods? That sounds familiar. Yeah, something to do with planes. I don't want to talk about it, but thank you, Collector Nick. I appreciate it. And thank you in general for like all of your super chats. 12K says, bro doesn't want our tithes and offerings like he isn't our dear leader. Okay. Luke says, I used to be Christian, but now I'm not because I'm gay and they don't support LGBTQ+. Okay. And, Nick, I will mod you if you... Can you type in the chat right now? I almost forgot. I apologize. Collector Nick, you are now mod. CJ says you don't want donations. I don't want the timer to increase. That Pokemon says, why didn't you end? I just got back. Because the timer increased. The Potter says people tell him to read my comment. I read your comment. Not Comedic says, bro. What? The Kush says, don't worry, Luke. You could just find one of those demonic Christian churches that push LGBT stuff. No comment. Prince says, do you like cars? No, I don't. McKinley says, it's McKinley. I think I pronounced it correctly. Collector Nick says, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I always like supporting the channel. Thank you, man. Happiness says, what's your opinion on the supernatural? I think it's not real. Max says, can't even read. Okay. Real says, hi. Hello, Real. Kev says, are you a cop? No. Shapeshifting says, Don, can you stop reading all the comments? I mean, this whole stream is about reading comments. I'm gonna continue reading comments. Joseph says, could be. Maybe. Winky says, shut up. No. Milo says, my art style is kinda kawaii. Okay. Jess says, what is your star sign? I'm gonna keep that private. Musing says, my rectum is hurt. Okay. Shapeshifting says, when can we link IRL and exchange nectars? I'm not interested. Zoya says, hi. Hello, Zoya. Not Comedic says, why y'all put cheese on my cheeseburger? What? Pedro says, cut. Couple. Okay. Ben says, apparently running was invented by Sir Thomas Running in 1619 when he tried to walk twice at the same time. Not true. Kerr says, when will you make me mod? When you cash app that cash app in the chat, $1 or more. We loved says, do you like K-pop? I don't. 12K says, do you drink alcohol, bro? No. Retro says, everyone in the chat translate this. I don't know what my crush said. I'm not translating it. Shapeshifting says, when can we link IRL and just ignore each other? Still, that's not gonna happen, even though we would be ignoring each other. Ventura says, do you like my profile picture? Yeah, cool. The Babe says, hand an archaeologist a used tampon and ask what period it's from. Funny. GF says, you look like Subin. Is that a Stray Kids thing? We Love says nonchalant as hell, brother. Okay. GB says change the shirt for one stream. I'm worried I'm simply watching a YouTube video. No. David says smile. I'll smile when I smile. MSOA says what stands between you and happiness? Nothing. Porma2 says my ravioli is free range and gets taken on town walks. What? Mr. Cheese says, do you remember me? I do. People were asking about you in this live stream earlier. Shapeshifting says thoughts on what? M says, are you Mr. Krabs? I am not Mr. Krabs. Nope. Ben says, please buy and send me some Gammon now that you have $6. I don't know what Gammon is. I don't know what that is. Right now I'm reducing the timer length because Collector Nick donated when I wasn't really expecting donations. I said I didn't want any, and I said that the timer wouldn't be increasing, but I got a donation anyways, so it shouldn't have added to the timer. Kyrie says, hi sir, I'm gay. Okay. Ben says, gammon is ham. It is? I didn't know that. Shapeshifting says, gammon is a herb from northern Pakistan and South Borneo and Babis. That's conflicting with that other guy's comment. M says, Mr. Krabs likes money. We're similar. Zoya says, do you remember when everybody was asking you why were you ignoring Rob? I do. The Kush says, show us that hog. That's not happening. Amina says, why do you look like you're about to cry? That's just the way my personality is. Kush says, thump that thigh on your desk. No. Def says, what's your favorite sport? That would be Rainbow Six Siege Pro League. And I have received a super chat via Cash App from 12K. Thank you, 12K. Sorry that I was kind of late in noticing. 12K, type in the chat and I'll make you a moderator. 12K, where are you? 12K, 12K. I found you. I have found you. 12K says, you're good, bro. All love, bro. Thank you. Alright. 12K, you are now mod. Do not ban people. And, you know, this is just for this stream, as the pinned comment had said. Laughing says, do you play RuneScape? I do not. Dylan says, Dawn, why did you eat my brother? I didn't do that. Pop says, someone ban me. Don't ban him. Baddie says, do you like anime? I don't. Joseph says, he'll change the shirt from gray to dark gray for 1,000 donation. That's true. Shapeshifting says, thoughts on what? The word what? It's a useful word. I like the word. Gone says, hey Don, still alive, bro? I am. It's Vamp says, are you Canadian or Chinese? I'm neither. Badia says, my name's Noodle, not Batty. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Laughing says, what's your greatest advice? Listen to music. Joseph says, alright, good night. I'm going to hit the gym. See you next time, Don Cena. Bye, Joseph B. Teeny says, Mr. Krabs hates money. That's not true. Gon says, nah, I'm glad you're still live. Okay. Shapeshifting says, read the Potter's comment. Okay. Where are you, the Potter, the Potter, the Potter? I can't find it. I wonder if you're trolling me and he hasn't typed recently and you're sending me in a wild goose chase. Johan says, I'm a go now. Bye, Don. Bye, Johan. 12K says laughing emoji. Okay. Hamilton says, how autistic are you? I'm not. Vamp says, are you American with Asian descendants? No. Lost says, I think the Potter is definitely trolling you. He's using 2 channels. He is? That's weird. The Potter says, my ravioli is stuck, you dumbhead. What? Giovanni says hi. Hello, Giovanni. Jan says, hi, I'm new. Hi. Shapeshifting says, bro, stop sighing. That is so mean and upsetting, I will cry. It shouldn't hurt you that bad. Not Comedic says, are you Spanish? Yeah. Noodle says, why aren't you smiling? Personality. Collector says, do you think JFK would have let Vietnam War escalate to level it did not been assassinated? I mean, I really don't know. I'm not too well versed in that. But I have intuition that the answer is no. Q says whatever that is. Okay. Laughing says, I strongly agree. What's your favorite genre of music? I mean, this isn't really a genre technically, but I listen to a lot of video game music. Shapeshifting says, it hurts me so bad. My dad used to make me cry when his thigh slapper did those things. No comment. Milo says, what does shut your bitch ass up mean? I said it. I said what it meant. It's Vamp says, what country are you from and where are your descendants from? Mexico and Spain. But that's where my descendants are from. What country am I from? USA. Shapeshifting says, what comments do you want less of? Common comments. I don't like. What's your favorite color? What's your favorite video game? Favorite song? Silence says, so you're not illegal, right? I was born here, so I'm not. Victor says, do you shower? I do. Carecat says, will you dance for 1000 dono? Yeah. Laughing says, in that case, check out the Messenger video game soundtrack. Thank you for the recommendation. It's Vamp says, he's American with Latino heritage. No wonder I thought he was Chinese or Vietnamese. Okay. Skronk says, was 9/11 an inside job? Well, I believe in the mainstream media, so no. Lost in a Room says, as a psychologist, I already knew that you were slightly on the autistic spectrum. I don't think so. Sammy says, I just joined in. I like and subscribe. Okay. Msoa says, if you could have dinner with any 3 people, dead or alive, who would they be? Jesus Christ, Stonewall Jackson, and Genghis Khan. Estelle says, oh brother, you are so for sure in the spectrum. I don't think so. Law says, it's okay if you're in denial. If it makes you feel any better, I'm on the same boat as you are, just slightly more on the functioning side. Okay. Allah says, how often you goon? I don't. 12K says, Genghis Khan would kill you before you made it to the table, laughing my ass off. Yeah, but I kind of understood it as like that wouldn't happen, and that all that would be happening is a conversation. Super says, denial is a river in Egypt, bro. Okay. Shapeshifting says, is it bothersome to read comments about taboo topics like thigh slappers and intercourse? I mean, it's slightly annoying. Slightly. Victor says, you're so chill. Thank you. It's Vamp says, do you have bipolar or depression or personality deficit disorder? No comment. Super says, sociopath or psychopath? I'm neither. Joe Blow says, why are you ignoring the Robs? Are there Robs here? I don't remember any Robs here, but you know, to be fair, my memory is kind of poor when I live stream. My brain is very scattered when I live stream. So I could be wrong. Law says, well, you could definitely rest assured that you are not a sociopath. Okay. Shapeshifting says, what are you typing, bro? Something relating to the stream. Victor says, would you pick your dog or one quality dollar? What? I am Pibble says, are you typing up gay men kissing? I am not typing that. That's not the case. That is not the case. I am not doing that right now. I'm doing something else. It says, if you could have one food for the rest of your life, what would it be? The Big Mac. Poopin says, Jew. Okay. Victor says, will you be gay for your family if they died and they wanted that? No. The Potter says, at Lost in a Room. Do you watch Harry Potter? Just asking. Do you? 12K says, Dawn is my favorite Jew. Okay. It's Vamp says, Dawn, you inspire me to be a nonchalant, chill tomboy and make lives similar to you. Do you currently do live streams like this? I'd be curious to see that. Liam says, I have a split personality. I'm crazy. Okay. Not Comedic says, do you like Castlevania music? You should listen to Bloody Tears. I don't. Shapeshifting says, would you gay if your whole family died and wanted you romantically? I would not change my sexuality for that. No. Nope. I wouldn't do that. I don't think never mind. Liam says, I'm an extrovert. Okay. Coca-Cola says, it's impossible to pee your pants on purpose. You can do it on purpose. Joe Blow says, will you stop being gay for your family if they die and they want that? I mean, if I was gay, I would just continue being gay. GF says, Unk, do you fuck with Ice Spice? I don't. Shapeshifting says, every time he types, the girl under his table gets electrocuted. There's no girl there. AJ says, do you think Michael Jordan was one of the greatest basketball players ever to play? I've heard that he was, so I guess so. Milo says, was bro hacking a Roblox account earlier when he was typing? I was not doing that. No, it's not related to Roblox at all. Kerr says, do you want to hear my joke? Sure. Law says, how old were you when you stopped pissing the bed? I really don't remember. Shapeshifting says, I am here, help. Girl under Dawn's table text message to me. You're just making that up. Gone says, would you eat a day-old Big Mac? I mean, if it was properly refrigerated, I guess I would. Ill says, soy te espen, blah 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 blah. Goku says, stand up. I'm not doing that. Double says, definitely telling the truth. Okay. Gone says, good answer. I don't know what you're talking about, but thank you. Coca-Cola says, Dawn didn't stop pissing the bed until his early teens. That's not true. Tater says, what sports do you watch or support? To be honest, I do not watch sports. That's never been my thing. The closest I've gotten to that is watching competitive gaming. I've never been a sports person. I think I wish I had gotten into it though. Super says, I'm commenting to satisfy my need for attention. Okay. Liam says, love the hairstyle. I have ADHD, autism, and anxiety. How do those go together? Ooh, I'm too excited. Hey, check that butterfly. Okay. Kerr says, okay, here's the joke. I thought food couldn't call, but then onion rings. Funny. Allah says, would you give a guy head if it stopped 9/11? I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. Super says, are you disabled? I'm not. Mr. Cheeseburger says, do you rewatch your streams? I do. You know says cringe. Okay. Porma2 says, I'm sub 70 IQ, be nice to me. Okay. Gokha says, would he be gay to save your family? I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Jana says, say Jana. There you go. It says, can you swallow your keyboard? I'm not doing that. Jack says 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Liam says, who else gets random energy spikes, just random, and starts running? Not me. That sounds weird and interesting, though. Random energy spikes. Random energy spikes. Mr. Cheeseburger says, do you act like this in public? I don't. Shapeshifting says, Jana is probably peacock kind. Yeah, nah. What? Brendan says, will my family ever love me? I think so. I am Pibble says, do you lick your blood when you bleed? No. Joe says, there is a girl there. I've seen her. And him. What? The Eater says, did you know that you were a baby once? I did. Shapeshifting says, bro, with the random energy spikes is a dog with zoomies in the chat. How did a dog get the keyboard? What? Soggy says poop or fart. No comment. Brodell says Luke 637. Who am I to judge another when I myself walk as imperfect? I like that verse. Flame says, do you have ADHD? I do not have that, or at least I don't think I have that. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. Ducky says poop. Okay. Lost in the Room says, no, you definitely do have ADHD. I mean, look at you. You can't sit still for a fucking minute. I mean, maybe I'm being kind of performative for the stream. Kerr says, read this if you're gay. I guess I'm gay. Twitch says, what is the countdown timer for? It's for, when the stream ends. Previously, you could super chat and the timer would increase, but I have locked the timer. X says neighbor. Okay. Shapeshifting says, why do you rewatch your streams? Because I gotta make sure my streams are quality enough that I myself would watch them. Go-Kart says it's pronounced Go-Kart Whiz. I think I said that correctly. K says, bro, who is your favorite person right now? Salcy1. Says, guys, it's not ADHD, simply mild sociopathy. Okay. Boogie says, Sesbian Lex. Okay. Hog says, Don, tell us about Joe Biden's time in the Iraq War and when he was downed in a helicopter. I forget about that. 76 says, Don, don't give up. Keep streaming if you like to do it. Thank you, I will. Rayan says, how old are you? I'm an adult. The Potter says, Don YP. What's that mean? Sir says, brush your teeth. I do, but they just stay yellow. Jack says, hi. Hello, Jack. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. Rodell says, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Boogie says, the fog is coming. Okay. Jacqueline says, I like Mr. Cheeseburger's profile picture. I'll have to look at that when I put one of his comments on the screen. Tater says, opinion on silver over 90 this past week. I don't know if that means that it's high or if that's a low amount. Joe says, under the table, there's a girl under there. I've seen her. There's no one under there. It's Vamp says, your talking is just right for my ADHD. I can focus now. Glad to make you happy. Milo says, do you know object shows? I don't. Shapeshifting says, there is a girl. Someone else sees it. There's not. I don't know why you guys think that. I don't know why. Silver says loser. Okay. Jacqueline says it's a pick of cheese. Oh, okay. Liam says, yo, what's your favorite sport? Mine is MotoGP. I want no. I'm not into sports, but if I had to choose, basketball. Shaq says, bro, looks like he's suffering in the inside. Okay. MSOA says, if you could have dinner with any 3 people dead or... I already answered your question. I said Stonewall Jackson, Jesus, and Genghis Khan. Silver says Asian guy. Okay. Spice says, haha, thanks, Sekiro. Okay. Noodle says, I'm inside your house. Okay. And by the way, you're not. The Potter says, "Do you are my autism." What? Justice says, "Meet me." Okay. Tater says, do you enjoy In-N-Out Burger? I do. Milo says, "Do you get annoyed when someone says 6'7"? Yes. Kerr says, "Healthy salad or fat burger?" Definitely burger. I like cheeseburgers a lot. They're awesome. Mr. Cheeseburger says, "Will you ever change?" Yeah. And I'm looking at your profile picture, and as Jacqueline said, it is cheese. Joe says, "The girl under the table is my sister. You stole her. Thank you." Not true. It's Vamp says, "Don, can you do ASMR in the 15 minutes of streaming?" No, I don't like ASMR. Ruby says, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I'm gonna keep that private. EJ says, "Baron Trump is the false prophet and son of Satan being groomed by the cuck Donald Trump." Okay. Jas says, "Got a pet?" Yes. MSOA says, "Is there a book or movie that's influenced your perspective on life?" Eyes Wide Shut. Shapeshifting says, "Baron Trump is my sibling." That's not true. Porma2 says, "Is Bubba the horse or Bill?" Bill. Nat says, "Do you like Cat's Eye?" I don't know what that is. Artistic says, "Where are you from?" USA. Garrett says, "What's lighter than air but can't be lifted?" I don't know. Sekiro says, "I remember when there was sex going on in the background." That was never in the background. I don't know why you think that was happening in the background. Blissful says, "How Ming. What?" Super says, "Super said blah blah blah." Okay. M says, "Are you asexual?" I am not. Silver says, "IH." Okay. Joe says his private girlfriend is under the table like my income. Okay. Shapeshifting says, "At IHOP." Is that guy back? Porma2 says, "Do you fuck with Hampter?" I don't know what that is. Is that a chatter? I will say though that the name is cute. Cute name. Shapeshifting says, "Haha, income. Ha he." Does it relate to semen? Your inside joke? Hog says, "What do you think about Alex Jones opening his phone and there was trans porn on the screen live on air? That must have been humiliating. I remember hearing about that." Silver says, "Invests." Okay. Cross says, "I'm Hampter." You are Hampter. I think I remember you from a previous stream. And as I said, the name Hampter is a cute name. I kind of like it. But to be honest though, I wouldn't get hamsters as a pet. That's not my thing. EJ says, "How many babies did Trump have aborted on his party barge, then drowned in Lake Michigan? I don't know." M says, "Surkey, your profile picture stinks like shit." Okay. Joe says, "Inside joke, inside income, inside semen." Okay. Lost in a Room says, "A year of free Pornhub or free OF subscription to Bonnie Blue." I'm not interested in pornography. Silver says, "Is this AI?" This is not AI. I am a real human being, despite so many people accusing me of being AI. Despite that. Noodle says, do you like my profile picture? I'm Mini Yuji Itador. Do I like your profile picture? I mean, it looks a little too cute for my style, but you can do you, you know. Zeppelin says, I switched from protein shakes in the morning to Paroset. Life has been going pretty well since. Okay. It's Vamp says, rate my profile picture out of 10, except Suriki, who already clarified it as trash. I don't like anime all too much, so I'm gonna have to give you a low score. Zay says, my sister YouTube is Zay. What? Allah says, would you rather get hit by a car going 40 miles per hour or fall 40 feet? Fall 40 feet. Rayan says hi. Hello, Rayan. Kerr says, I will buy you a PC and a monitor if you don't owe me $1,000. No deal. Zeppelin says, I support Paroset more than this guy who's with me. Okay. It's Vamp says, the likes hit 167, by the way. I don't really care, but thank you for telling me. Miken says, I hate my life. I hope things get better then. Hog says, your background music should be two goats conversating. No, that would be pretty distracting. I wouldn't want that. Sand says, do you have a pet? Yes, I have a dog. Super says, I have a parasocial relationship with you. I'm quite literally obsessed with you. I don't think that's true, considering that this is like the first time that you've been here. It takes time to develop a real parasocial relationship. Silver says, spell iCup. I'm not doing that. M says, Parasit, Molly, Parasit, chase a check, never chase a... What? Shapeshifting says, Bon Benitez. Okay. Justice says, Sir Don, you went from being called a serial killer to being called an AI. True. Shapeshifting says, you stoke. What? AJ says, hand waving emoji. Hello, AJ. Silver says, how old are you? I'm an adult. Dominic says, what are you doing today? This. Shapeshifting says, UYVL or not? What does that mean? Allie says, I hope you had a good day, Don. I did. Thank you for saying that. L says, fuck you for not spelling iCup. Okay. Stoop says, are you from the USA? I am from the USA. Yep. I was born here. I'm a natural born citizen. L says, I already read that. I love says, do you like potatoes? Yeah. L says, I will slime you, boy. Okay. Shapeshifting says, spell ICUP. You made me say it. Super says, OF links win. That's not coming. Kaler says, ICE has been kidnapping Native women for 23 years now. Okay. Lame says, what was your reaction to Charlie Kirk's assassination? Shock. Art says, can you explain the difference between social and parasocial? Parasocial surrounds one-sided relationships that mainly take place on the internet. Azael says, I'm back, I can't sleep. Okay. Shapeshifting says, Charlie Kirk, W or L as a human being. I'm not gonna provide a comment on that, but I don't think he should have been killed. It's Vamp says he's a natural diabetic obese citizen, aka a USA citizen. Okay. Fredo says, why are you so negative? I don't know. Personality. The Potter says, here are some unique Harry Potter facts. Dumbledore's name means bumblebee, reflecting his humming. Okay, I get it. Lame says, what would you do to the assassin if you encountered him? I mean, I would turn him into the police. That is what I would do. Hog says, have you watched the TV show Seinfeld? I haven't. Blunk says, goofball. Okay. Deer says, what headset you using? A Logitech headset. Darkness says, you look sad. Okay. OG says, why are pizzas packaged in squares but are circular? I feel like it would be harder to make circular boxes. Q says, can you stand up? I could, but I don't want to. Shapeshifting says, can you stop reading something off screen? What is that? I don't know what you mean. The Potter says, bye, Don, I got to go. Bye, Potter. Yasmin says, is Earth flat? No. Sand says, can you show your pet? I do not want to do that. I'm sorry, though. Never mind. iPost says, bye. I'm going and never coming back. Bye. Porma2 says, chat demands your undivided attention. I try to deliver that, but I sometimes fail. Shapeshifting says, never mind. Okay. Super says, do you stick a cactus up your ass just to feel anything? I don't do that. Yola says, boring. Okay. Art says, favorite author, Schopenhauer. Stoop says, do you play video games? Yes. Jor says, hey bro, why is your hair so messy? Just laziness. Shapeshifting says, donated $1. Make the whole world a mod and make Porma2 a mod. That was a fake donation. I post cars says, boring channel. Okay. Mr. Pickle says, mug. Okay. Grok says, how many victims do you currently have? I'm not a serial killer. Chance says, how long were you here? 2 hours. Tim says, do you know your Myers-Briggs? I don't. Mr. Cheese says, do you drive? I do. Lame says, my name is not Lame, it's Larry. Okay, I'll try to remember to call you that. iPlay says, will you mod Fredo cause I'm bored? If you attached money to that request. Lost in the Room says, okay, if we donate $6, increase the timer to another hour one last time, I swear. No deal. I already locked the timer. Velo says, come to China. No. Cross says, this is hamster. 2 hamster, One died because you don't like hamster. Okay. I love says no, laughing my ass off. Okay. Larry says, do you play Roblox or Minecraft? I play Minecraft. Hog says, were you a ball boy in a different life at Windlebum? I don't believe in past lives. Shapeshifting says, actually, she donated Australia's entire GDP of $1 trillion. Okay. Super says, half of the viewers are toddlers. Why are you not family friendly? Because I'm trying to be myself. MSOA says, suppose you could only eat one food for a whole week. What would you choose? The Big Mac. Stoop says, why are you low-key fine? Genetics. Shapeshifting says, read the whole comment, you dope. Maybe I should have. Q says Singapore. Okay. I'm says, you didn't say you were a serial killer. So, why was that your response? Because I'm not. AJ says, I think your live stream is unique. One of the best I've come across. I'm predicting big things will come out of it, like being one of the #1 live streamers out there. I doubt that, but thank you. Law says, what the hell is a Big Mac? Honestly, I've never had it. What does it have? It has sauce called Big Mac sauce, and it's great. Mr. Cheese says, I'ma go now. See ya. Bye, Mr. Cheese. Sand says, do you know Sri Lanka? Yeah, it's an island off the coast of India. Zoom says, it's 4 a.m. for me. Okay. Silver says, look behind you. No. Shapeshifting says, actually guys, Shapeshifting, she donated Australia's entire GDP. Blah blah blah, he wants me to stream for 1 billion hours. Thanks, Shapeshifting sweetheart. I owe you my life and my kids. Okay. Sekiro says, look in front of you. I am. Larry says, are you a Trump supporter? No comment. Coca-Cola says, are you on home arrest for what you did to your sister? I did not do anything illegal to any of my siblings. Cheesy says, please say mine, bro. Say your name? I just did. Stoop says, what is your heritage? A lot of it is from Mexico. Q says, bro, there's a spider behind you. No, there's not. Arnob says, my dad is coming with a gift card. Okay. B says, can you go to bed? I don't want to. Hog says, name 2 animals with pockets. Kangaroos and wallabies. Shapeshifting says, Don, you forgot? Change the time to 1 billion, brother. You provided a fake super chat, so that's not something I choose to pay attention to. Fire says, hey, do you play Fortnitely or Minecraft? Minecraft. Law says, I think chinchillas have pouches. They do? Did not know that. Grocker says, how often do you need to clarify that you're not a serial killer? I'd say on average every 20 minutes. 20. Shapeshifting says, who wants to get banned? Don't do that. Rome says, are you a vigilante? I'm not. Dreamer says, why are your eyes so red? I think I've been looking at my screen for too long. Fire says, I like watching your streams, but I love Minecraft. Okay. Shapeshifting says, I will ban no one. Good. Grocker says, you have clarified that you aren't 3 times in a row in less than 20 minutes. Well, these last some minutes have been an exception. Cheesy says, survivors suffered from leukemia, cancers, and other chronic diseases from radiation exposure from the bomb dropping of the Hiroshima. Okay. Luna says, can you watch one of my songs? Sorry, no. Grocker says, who else is here before the documentary? Like a lolcow documentary? M says, you kinda sound like Prince Zuko. I don't think so. San says, I'm a wildlife photographer. That's cool. I love says, cats or dogs? Dogs. Silver says, I'm gayer. Okay. Hazard says, can you do me a favor? It depends what it is. Hog says, name 2 animals with the big D. I don't want to. Block says, hi, it's me again. Hi, Blocks. Porma2 says, I don't think you know how gay I can get. Okay. Cross says, would you name your kid Alistar? No. Jake says, hi, Don. Hi, Jake. EJ says, you have a Pacific Northwest accent. I do. I don't think I have a noticeable accent. Joe says, how many chickens would it take to be able to take down an elephant? 50. Super says, aren't kids donating a great source of income? To me, I don't think so. Hog says, Steve Irwin or David Attenborough? Steve. Shapeshifting says, incredible how much skill I have in wasting my time online. I'm 22 and have done nothing. I watch Don Benitez every night. My parents kicked me out, and I spend money on my mobile plan just to rot away. How sad. I hope you introduce more action in your life. Silver says, you tweaking shit. Okay. Guest says, don't donate, kids. Okay. Silver says, do you tweaking shit? I don't. Allah says, would you rather shit a pineapple or piss a grape? Oh god, probably piss a grape. Jess says, when you gotta toot while sitting down, do you lean or no comment? Q says, what is 1 + 1? 2. I guess says, hello mate, is the opponent in my private for a sec. What? I am says, did you know Elon Musk makes $500 a minute? I did not. Cheesy says, a bunch of presidents and their years that they were president. I guess says, chill, I was joking. I don't know what you're referring to. I post says, nigh. Okay. J-Man says, bro. Okay. Badia says, Noodle is back. Did y'all miss me? Not really. No offense, though. Fuzz says, gang, you sound like a robot. I do. I knew that. People tell me that all the time. Giyu says, I haven't slept in 3 days. Do you think I'm mentally stable? I think you are. J-Man says, are you tired? Slightly. Northern says, William James was the first to coin the word streaming. Stream of consciousness. Really? Did not know that. I thought the word stream... You know what, never mind. Larry says, what would you do if John Wick was hunting you? Contact the police. Rome says, I can donate $5 for a Monster Energy. I don't want to drink that. Stoop says, what's rig blah backwards? A racial slur. M says, real talk, it might feel obsolete sometimes to do this, but I feel like this helps people in chat even subtly. I'm watching out of boredom, but just a thought. What? I guess says, what's the dream about, dude? What do you mean? Larry says, what would you do if you were trapped in a room with Drake and Diddy? Hope that Drake, would take my side. What says, notice me? There you go. Noodle says, can I say a secret? Go ahead. Giyu says, what goes up but never comes down? An emo in a tree. I condemn your comment. Gok says, say Zadie, wake up. You were supposed to make potatoes. Please say it out loud. There you go. Slam says, what's the hardest drug you've done? Just doom scrolling. Silver says, kiss a boy, P. Diddy. What? Stoop says, I'm stoned. Okay. Dix says, why can't Ray Charles read? No comment. M says, Michael Jackson. Okay. Shapeshifting says, this is Shapeshifting's mum. My poor non-binary child died watching your brain rot. They were going to be a cultural anthropologist and spent the last years scrolling online. Say sorry, Don. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. Joe says, why did Ray Charles never need GPS? Because he always found the right note. Oh, that's good. Grocker says, give us a hint as to who your next victim is. I don't abduct or kill people. Johan says, do you believe that all presidents are Freemasons? I do not believe that. Bald says, hi, I'm back. Welcome back. Matrix says, hey, I love aviation. Okay. Shapeshifting says, the last thing they heard was, what would you do if you were trapped in a room with Diddy and Drake? That was the last comment they heard. Okay. I guess says, what's the stream about? It's about me reading your messages. Official says, what comes to Epstein's Island and doesn't come out? I don't know. Anne says, kaboom, the kitten cat simulator hacker is here. Hi. Cheesy says, the Blitz, historic UK, Great Britain during World War II faced intense aerial bombardment. They implemented strict rationing and total civilian mobilization, including women in war work. Okay. Zebra says, so many brain-rotted kids in here. True. Joey says, don't ignore me, fool. Tell the people how you made number 2 in your pants in grade 3. I can't recall that. Mr. T says, bought a robot and it made me submit already. Your master is a robot? Okay. I says, best celebrity mask to rob a bank in. Michael Myers. Archer says, I think I should text her. Okay. Allah says 200k, but you are never allowed to use a toilet or cubicle of any kind again. Are you taking the deal? No. The Illus says, holy schmolies. Okay. K says, are you a morning or night person? Night. Hog says, eat an eye or eat the brown eye. No comment. Christina says, are you single? I'm gonna keep that private. Grocker says, why do you pause so much while reading comments? Because I want to give a good answer, or at least a well thought out answer. Archer says, I'm a wreck. Okay. Gamer says, would you rather have $1 or $2? What? I almost said $1. $2. Mailer says, Alpha Kenny won in chat. Okay. Shapeshifting says, chimpanzee facts. When it comes to food, chimpanzees aren't exactly fussy. Meat is at the top of their menu, but they also tuck into arms, legs, balls, hair, and even other animals. Ooh-ah. Okay. Cheesy says, Battle of Britain. The RAF blah blah blah. I don't feel like reading that. I guess says, how's your life? Good. Johan says, if you're Michael Jackson, I'm Marilyn Monroe. Okay. Giyu says, why did you condemn me? I'm just an average human trying to make it through the day with annoying people and social problems. I must have thought that your comment was insensitive. Mailer says, what's your biggest dream? One of them is to make a Minecraft server. Bald says, what type of comments do you read? Any comments. Mr. T says, every time I try to come out of the bathroom, the robot attacks me and makes me go back in, and phone is dying. Cops won't help. Then I wish you the best of luck. EJ says, Republicans are chimpanzees. Democrats are bonobos. Are you saying that Republicans are violent and bonobos are... and Democrats are like peace and peaceful and loving? Shapeshifting says, people in the chat type 1 for fast charging. Okay. I love says, Don, do you think I should straighten my hair or style my natural hair? Style natural. Amy says, hi, my name is Oliver. Hi. Mr. T says, I tried to leave 3 times and customer support speaks Chinese. Okay. Porma2 says, I have found that the new profile picture wasn't iconic to your psyche and got less attention. That may be true. Bald says 1. Okay. Gamer says 1.8 or 1.9 Minecraft PvP. I like the new PvP. Coca-Cola says, do you support patch 3.1.2? I don't know what you're talking about. Spring says, so basically you end the live at 7. I end the live at, when this timer ends. EJ says, Don already has Hollywood hair. He doesn't need a blah blah blah. Okay. Sile says, why do you always get in the cupboard with your uncle when he asks? Just tell him no. That doesn't happen. Shapeshifting says, who else saw that? Saw what? Just Chicken says, your immune system learns what you are, and if it gets confused, it can decide you are a threat and destroy you. Wow. Collector says, I'd like to buy another Vietnam lightweight rucksack, but they cost 300 plus. I don't sell that. Cheesy says, the king of England in order of the Norman conquest follows the dynasties of Norman. Okay. Shapeshifting says, guys, type 1 if I should leave the chat and unalive myself. Don's fault, by the way. By the way, I did not mean to laugh at suicide. Don't commit suicide. Rise says, stay stable in six-figure job you hate, or risk it all starting a business you're passionate about with debt. Passionate. Porma2 says, no comment. Okay. Collector Nick says 1. Okay. Debt says, is the moon drifting away? No. Mr. T says heart emoji to bro. Yes, I like this. Heart emoji to shapeshifting. Hog says we already got one N major. We don't need another neighbor big shot Joe Biden. Okay. Porma2 says, did you just do an Elon salute? Not intentionally. Fredo says, you're so boring. Haven't you been here for like an hour? Winter says, Don Mafioso is at my door. I'm cooked. I'm not. Alumni says, yes, the moon is drifting away by a small margin each year. I was wrong. Fatima says, do you remember me? I do. Chocolate says, did you watch the new Monkey movie? I watched the movie Monkey like a year ago. Stoop says, rate my profile picture I drew. I mean, it's cool that you made an original profile picture, but that style really isn't my thing. Cheesy says, it's John Marston, Micah. Okay. Fatima says, thank you so much. Okay. I says, small nipples or big nipples? No comment. Dale says, Don, you are a real neighbor. Okay. Shapeshifting says, my ghost is here. By the way, you look like a serial killer. Okay. Art says, how far progressed is America to become a regime which is basically Nazi Germany? I don't think that's in our upcoming future. Battle says, I hate you all. Okay. Heart says, hi, it's Mr. again. Hi, Hearts. Coca-Cola says, you don't wash under your knob. Okay. Dat says, are you the school stare because you take my breath away? Okay. MSOS says, do we control over technology or does it have control over us? It's both. Q says, would you take $1 million but someone in the chat disappears? Like dies? No. EJ says, I don't think you look like Richard Ramirez with teeth. Okay. Ben says, would you rather have dinner with Hitler or Renee Good? Renee. M says, shapeshifting, can you shapeshift into Dawn and take over the live? That's not happening. Cat's Eye says, you're cool, dude. Okay. Johan says, see, he is not a serial killer, dummy. He doesn't want anyone to die. True. Chocolate says, nice Duke Nukem music. That is not where this music is from, but I imagine it sounds similar. Tara says, 47 minutes. what do you... That's when I end the stream. Rupert says, is it pink? No comment. I love says, do you have any other emotions other than okay? I do, but they only come out occasionally. Adam says, would you rather have a girlfriend or be single forever? Girlfriend. Heart says, I mean me, not me. I don't know what you're referring to. M says, no shade, Don, you're cool. Okay. Dale says, neighbor, please. Okay. Cheesy says, the USA is a vast, constitution-based federal republic with 50 states known for its diverse geography, including the Rockies and Mississippi River, I imagine. Det says, bro, is Africa splitting apart? I do not think so, at least geographically. Joel says, what is going on here? Me reading messages. Heart says, I mean me, not Mr. MB. I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't think it matters too much. Allah says Epstein or Diddy. I'm not gonna choose. Cat's Eye says, do you play video games? I do, I play Minecraft sometimes. Hog says, goodbye, Don. Keep it clean. Scrub it, I mean. Bye, Hogs. Ben says L. Okay. Gox says, what the fuck is that behind you? Oh my fucking god. There's nothing behind me. Guitar says, didn't I already read this? Mac says, play some music. I am. Justice says, goodnight, Sir Don. Bye, Justice. That was a weird mispronunciation. Anyways, good night, and thank you again for your super chat that you did yesterday. Primal says, okay. Okay. M says, shapeshifting is behind him. No. Slam says, Gombus Chongles. Okay. Ben says, how many hours of sleep are you running on? 4. Lorenzo says, are you a camera? Because I smile every time I see you. Cute. Mr. T says, battery 10%. I'm going to try to escape bathroom again. Good luck. Johan says, you get some weird questions. People can be weird. True. Porma2 says, Don, take better care of yourself. I mean, the 4 hours of sleep I'm running on is an exception to what I usually run on. Cheesy says, Spain is a diverse European nation known for producing most of the world's olive oil. Did not know that. I love says, I have a feeling he is high as fuck. Maybe. Shapeshifting says, Don, be a worse as a person. No, I try to better myself. Doe says, how far do you think I can throw Don Benitez in a Don Benitez throwing contest? I don't know, it depends how big and strong you are. Sand says, do you own a vehicle? I do. Hart says, I said it's Mr. again. It was a typo. It doesn't matter. Just move on. Jacqueline says, I like the quote, be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. I like a similar quote, but it's darker. Imitation is suicide. Porma 2 says, water is drank. Eyes gone blank. Okay. Gone says, what the fuck is that behind you? Again, there is nothing behind me. Noodle says Palestine or Israel. No comment. Shapeshifting says blink check. Thank you. Rise says, what do you usually like to eat for breakfast? Eggs. Johan says, what's behind him is his chair. That's totally true. Cheesy says Palestine or Israel. No comment. Shapeshifting says, bro, did not even blink. What a waste. I did blink. Mr. T says, if I use the toilet seat to attack the humanoid robot, do you think I have a chance of escaping bathroom? I mean, I really don't know how advanced the robots are you're facing up with, so I can't say. Dale says hairy or bald. No comment. Gifted says, how big is it? My penis? No comment. Shapeshifting says, close your eyelids for a bit longer. No. Sekiro says, hairy to be honest. Okay. Msoa says, how do you actively try to achieve personal growth? I mean, I find that if you spend too much time alone, you can kind of deteriorate. So try to not be alone. Hog says, crack the whip. That licorice whip. Whip it, crack it good. Waylon Smithers. Okay. Art says, do you see similarities between ICE's actions and actions by SS? No comment. Gifted says, should I go to bed? If you should go to bed, you should go to bed. Samantha says 1. Okay. Ghost says, isolation leads to elevation. No, the opposite. M says, free Palestine. No comment. Joel says hi. Hello, Joel. Jan says, yo, just sleep now. To that one guy? Yeah. Figure says, what? What? Hog says, art or fart. No comment. Shapeshifting says, SS means shapeshifting sweetheart. That's not what they meant. Dale says blacks or yellows. No comment. B says your whole channel is faker than Leela's wig from Miraculous. Stop this act, please. It's not, I mean, if it is fake, it's fake to a very small degree. Hart says, I love the way you answer confidently. Okay. Ben says a bunch of emojis. Okay. Dilbert says, I reported your channel. Okay. Msoa says, what makes you anxious? Well, one thing is if I don't have enough sleep. Doe says, curly fries are superior. Okay. Brad says, my much needed daily dosage of Donald Benitez is now fulfilled. Thank you, my friend. Hope you had a good day. Thank you. And I did. See ya, Brad. Shapeshifting says Brad Piff is back. Yeah, but apparently he's leaving. Q says the FBI is at your door. Okay. Figure says, what do you think of gambling? It's not my thing. I think it's kind of stupid. James says, are you the penguin from Madagascar? I am not. Msoa says, if you could time travel, what is the one piece of advice you would give younger you? Well, one advice is I would tell him to live stream. I would start live streaming sooner. That isn't the best piece of advice I would give, but that's a advice. An advice, I mean. Shapeshifting says there is something behind you. No, there's not. Figure says, what is your favorite chocolate? I don't like chocolate. Jian says, if you like to gamble, I'll tell you I'm your man. You win some, lose some, it's all the same to me. Okay. Kier says, hello. What are your thoughts on biting onto the end of an unlit cigar just to look fly? I mean, I'm not really sure what that means. Cross says, watch out, there's a hamster behind you. No, there's not. Skronk says the ace of spades, ace of spades. Okay. Zachary says you. Okay. Art says, in my opinion, your behavior changed a bit since you started to stream some months ago. You opened up a little bit. I think that's true. John says Charlie. Okay. Shapeshifting says feel the FIA. What? Coca-Cola says if you were to vote for anyone in the 1933 German election, who would it be? Well, if Hitler is a candidate, I don't think I would vote for him. Jackson says I like this stream, I think. Okay. Porma2 says Ben gay. Okay. Doe says don't waste money gambling. Just send it to me, Don Benitez. I'm not sending you any money at all. UC says, bro, it's been a while. You're still reading comments. I am. John says, please have a good day. I'll try to. Shapeshifting says, Mit Sahara Misawa. Okay. Msoa says, what's more difficult, saying you're sorry or someone saying they're sorry to you? Me saying I'm sorry. Hart says, do you smoke? No. Hog says, Chinese boy got a funny mow. No comment. Green says, you are very attractive and cool. Okay. Figure says, when was the last time you went outside? A few hours ago. M says, can't sleep, plus I'm hungry. Okay. Jacqueline says, your commitment to your timer is admirable. Thank you. Spooky says, Sarah, if you're watching this live, please answer my calls. I'm so sorry, I didn't know she was your sister. Okay. Shapeshifting says, when I go to sleep, I dream about murder. That says poorly about you. Doe says, you look like you drive a Ford. Maybe. I love says, PNM, I got hella money. I got like $5. That's not that much. Q says, what is 13 times 9? That would be 117, I think. Budzo says, hi Don. Hi Budzo. Ben says, I would love my son if he gay. Okay. M says 117. Was I right? Sile says 127. Or was I wrong? Alumni says, ever smoked a cigarette? No comment. Dale says, must have pulled a bad bitch last night. What? Perma2 says, if my son was gay, he would be a boy. Okay. Q says it's 117. I was right. Yes. Shapeshifting says, what is 9 plus 58? 67. Shapeshifting says 13 times 282. 2,561. Layla says, do you think dance is a sport? No. Rise says, do you think it's acceptable if someone gives you an apology note because they treated you poorly at work, but you found out it was written by ChatGPT? I mean, it would be... I think there's more variables, but that seems disrespectful for them to use ChatGPT. Hab says, I'm gay. Okay. Shapeshifting says, hi. Hi. Alumni says, an apology isn't an apology if it isn't sincere. True, but I think even though they use ChatGPT, I think it's possible that there's still some sincerity there. Alumni says, if shapeshifting mother had wheels, she would have been a bike. Everyone gets a ride. Wow. Are you gonna let your mom be insulted like that, shapeshifting? Emisoa says, would you ever give up your life to save another? Yeah. Budzo says, really off topic, but I want to ask, what do you do when you're tired of life and feel like nothing has a meaning anymore? Fall for my temptations. And try to spend time with people. Socialize. Perma2 says, you should stir the pot for your amusement, but not with me though. What? Hog says, don't hit me in my communist mouth. Okay. Layla says, dance is a sport. It takes so much athleticism. Okay. Jian says, can shapeshifting sweetheart peg me? No comment. Doe says, how tall are you? 5'7". Lenzo says, what should I get my girlfriend on Valentine's Day? I think you should take her somewhere, not get her something. Jacqueline says, sometimes people just have trouble putting things into words, even though they feel it. Hence, why I'd think that apology would still be sincere even if they used AI. I think there's some truth in what you're saying, Jacqueline. Collector says, in World War II, the average age of the combat soldier was 26. In Vietnam, it was 19. That's insane. Shapeshifting says, my parents were two gay men and had me from their balls when they collided like the Big Bang. Okay. Bomb says, can I be mod? I always watch your streams. That requires money. Doe says, best COD zombies. My favorite map is Die Rise. SB says, ever felt like life's a freestyle? Yeah. Shapeshifting says, type 2 if you want to be pegged by me. No comment. Jian says, shapeshifting, answer my question. No comment. Alumni says, Jacqueline seems easy to manipulate. Demon emoji. Okay. GC says 2. Porma2 says 2. GC says 2, please mommy. Gox says 2. Doe says 2. Okay. Rome says, drink lots of rum and the meaning of life will return. Okay. Shapeshifting says, I will start with Porma 2. I love pigs. Okay. Hey, it's Morrow says, do you remember me from some streams ago? I remember your name. Ed says, Bon or Bon? What? Porma 2 says, make me squeal. No comment. Azur says, my grandpa fought in Vietnam. Was he young, like 19? Banana says, would you rather be queefed or farted on? No comment. Pure says, time to drink water. That's right. Rome says, Porma 2 about to get done good. Like Deliverance. Gian says, hey, this is unfair, shapeshifting. I am the one who proposed it first. No comment. Gok says, my grandpa fought in Vietnam, okay? Okay. Porma 2 says, pool this pork. No comment. The goat says, the Dingleberry Bandit robbed me again. Okay. Amsoa says, what is your life philosophy? To go by feelings, to follow whim. Shapeshifting says, pegs of the world. Okay. Craig says, you married? I am gonna keep that private. Declan says, would you go on the Talk to a podcast? If I was paid. Shapeshifting says, my thing broke when I put it in a pig at Google AI. Okay. Layla says, shapeshifting, you are so baddie. Okay. Doe says, hey, Don, you up for a round of hemorrhoid hunters? I don't know what that is. Q says, no comment. I say that often. 4 says, why did you delete the previous streams? You can still watch them. They're in a playlist I made. At least some of the old live streams. Tony says, would you run in a dire for a phone? What? Shapeshifting says, at Grok, can you get infections from doing things to pigs? Okay. Msoa says, are you taking life for granted? Yes. Dale says, hey, Big Dong Don. You ever called someone a neighbor? I don't think so. Hog says, have you skydived? Would you give guy diving a go? I don't know what you mean by guy diving, but I haven't skydived. Johan says, yes, you can if you do things to pig. Look it up. That's sick if you are. Okay. AZ says, this guy does ass to mouth with himself. Okay. Kier says, when eating scabs, so you think it's better to boil them, fry them, or eat them raw? I don't eat scabs. SB says, what do you like about KFC? Their chicken. Shapeshifting says 6161. Okay. Sora says, how can I tell my neighbor to stop making love to my horse? I think you should threaten them with the police. 4 says you can get trichinosis from pigs. Parasites. Okay. Tiff says, what state do you live in? I keep that private. Sirius says, What was your most embarrassing moment in life? I don't have the most embarrassing moment. I misspoke in a public speech once, but that wasn't a big deal. Layla says, get with the horse so he knows you're better. Okay. GC says, have you ever watched the Mr. Hands video? I haven't, and I imagine I wouldn't like it. I've heard that it was like absurdist and like meme, like, I don't know if that's my thing. Glur says, would you rather spell HIPAA blah blah blah, or rather spell car? Car. Gian says, can you read out loud your IP address? No. Zayan says, do you like K-pop? If yes, what's your favorite K-pop group? I don't like K-pop. Q says, carrot, eat, lick, or pass? Eat. Saint says, Don, the shop has had my dirt bike for over 6 months now. I'm pretty upset about it. I think you should contact the shop. Johan says, what's your favorite question here so far? I don't know about question, but the jokes about Porma 2 and him being a pig and all of that stuff was pretty funny. Paul says, are you gay? Yes or yes? No comment. Yeah says, what's your thoughts on our existence? Do you think we're computerized? No. Dough says 2 cups all-purpose flour, tablespoon, sugar 1, blah blah blah. Okay. Big says, did you blow bubbles as a kid? Well, he's back in town and is asking about you. Funny. Rome says, is Porma 2 okay? Haven't heard from him in a few minutes. I don't know. Figure says, are you mentally healthy? I mean, it's a mix for everyone. Shape says, Mr. Hands is related to a group of people that did things to horses, and Mr. Hands was also the title of a video of at least one man on the receiving end of a horse meat insertion from behind. Well, I definitely don't want to watch that then. Collector says, had you ever been sent to timeout in grade school? I don't think so. I think I was a pretty, I obeyed when I was in grade school. Imaginary says, if you have the right to live, do you have the right to die? To take your own life? I don't know. Dixon says, I went to ISS 80 times in 6th grade alone. Okay. Sirius says, why are you doing this? One reason is to grow my YouTube channel. S says, how do you deal with discrimination? I mean, I can't recall, I don't think that's something I deal with, at least noticeably. Huss says, would you rather gain muscles or racial slurs? What? Slam says, Kazoid Bungus. Okay. M14 says, do you know what is the USS Missouri? A ship, I'm guessing. Gian says, hello there at Shapeshifting. Okay. Harriet says, can you have more energy, please? No. Figure says, are you physically okay? Thankfully, yes. Saint says, church in 2 hours. Oh yeah, today is Sunday. The Famous says, pick a number 1 to 1,000. 27. Diane says ZZZ I'm. That's a comment I don't understand. Layla says I'm 12. Okay. Jake says, have you ever dealt with addiction issues? Yes. Dale says, hi, Big Dong Don. You ever spank someone? No comment. Azur says, I'm tired. Okay. Paul says, mental or physical? In regards to what? Hardy says, when you win the win wins. What? Hog says, guy diving is like pub crawl or bar hopping, but different. You win? Well, what's the difference between guy diving and bar hopping? Perma2 says, I am Piggle, Mudbath by Ballet. Okay. Gammy says, do you like ice cream? And stop being perverts, guys. I do. Collector says, in the 5th grade, I got sent to timeout for passing a note that said, get fucked, Dosh. I meant to say douche, but I didn't know how to spell it. I meant it as a joke. The person didn't see it that way. I see. BN says, do you like playing with your willy? No. Mr. Rich says, are you gay? Gon says, I missed most of the stream. Sorry. It's okay. Shapeshifting says, 15 minutes left. Wow, whoa. Okay. S says, how do you spend last year Christmas with family members? Q says, carrot or Big Mac? Big Mac. Sekiro says, I wrote that same type of note to my friend and didn't know how to spell douche and he snitched on me. I think you're lying. Kendo says, Dawn, remember me? I remember your name. Porma2 says, carrot. Okay. Sam says, win, win, dog, dog, win, wint, wint. Okay. Shapeshifting says, Dawn, forget me. Okay. Paul says, become a Big Mac or a dog. A dog. Red says, how do you do this when peeps ask if you gay? If you were a streamer, that would bother you. It doesn't bother me. Tim says, do you enjoy streaming? Yes. Matt says, GG's. Not yet. There's still 13 minutes left. Denzel says, where are you from? USA. Jacqueline says, desensitized by now. Yeah, but I'm even like my first day streaming, I was mentally prepared. S. Brandy says, have you ever got PTSD from Vivid Combat Gaming? No. Shapeshifting says, all the AI. What? Mr. Rich says, is mama good or bad? What? GC says, have you ever pooped your pants as an adult? No. Spring says, I'm back. Hi. Dangerously says, would you rather have a gay son or a thought daughter? A gay son. Hog says, one, you're going bar to bar. The other guy to guy. Guy to guy. I guess I wouldn't be interested in guy diving then. Shapeshifting says, thought daughters are okay. Okay. Porma2 says, is it ethical to dress domestic animals? Yeah. I mean, only for fashion? I don't know. Shapeshifting says, type 67 for $1 billion. You're not gonna get a billion if you do that. Gash says, ghost lives on near water into trees. What? BN says 43. Okay. MLB says, please listen to Impurities by Les Seraphim. Maybe I will. Porma2 says, what you know about 43? What? Shapeshifting says, type for $1 billion. For $1 billion. For $1 billion. Okay. Beck says, what's your favorite color? True or false? That there shouldn't be a Boolean value involved with what you said. Sam says, why do you love saying okay? Because I don't want to force myself to come up with some stupid reply. If I have no comment, I just say okay. Porma2 says, your favorite color is granola. True or false? False, I guess. Marcus says, you still live? Obviously. Say says, hey dude. Hi. Sabrina says, what's your favorite Roblox game? Natural disasters. For Google says, don't. What? Coca-Cola says, bananas? Peeled or unpeeled? Peeled. Spring says, can I have a sack that wiggles? What? Doe says 10 minutes. Yep. Shapeshifting says, you still alive, man? Yes. A says, nothing. Okay. Sam says, stop a lie, stop a lie. What? Hog says, have you caught the 3-meter flatty? What? Capybara says, I like banana. Okay. Billy says, want to play Roblox with me? I don't. Doughboy says, mouth-watering perfection starts with 2 sear-sizzled 100% beef patties and Big Mac sauce sandwiched between a sesame seed bun. Okay. 76 says, do you ever get tired reading these comments? Yeah, but not completely tired. AM says, daddy. Okay. Dangerously says, when are you releasing your OnlyFans? That's never happening. The Mad says, most succulent meal. I don't know. Yag says, what's your favorite song? Frances Farmer will have her revenge on Seattle. That's one of them, not the favorite song. Billy says favorite game. Red Dead 1. It's just says, you're look gay, man. Okay. Simon says, I said you haven't listened to my message. I said you haven't stopped for the toilet break. I haven't used the toilet this stream. True. Shapeshifting says, it's okay to be gay. True. Boiling says, do you believe reptilian entities rule this realm? No. Gian says, you're the one who taught me that okay is sometimes the wittiest thing to say. I mean, I don't know if okay is a witty thing to say. Bexley says, what's your favorite animal? Chimpanzee. Shapeshifting says, Allie the AI is crazy. What even is the gimmick? I don't know. Allie the AI says, Don, thank you for the stream. Thank you, creepy but really cool and interesting YouTuber. Sabrina says, do you know Dandy's World? I don't. Frick says, how old are you? An adult. Lucifer says, do you know Has-Been Hotel? I haven't watched it. Doe says, blah blah blah. I'm not reading that. Spring says, what is the best drugs? Doom scrolling. Dale says, you read slow sometimes. I do. Boiling says, do you believe in life after life? I think the afterlife is a mystery. Cody says, heart emoji you. Okay. Perma2 says, how many fingers do you have? 10. Kay says, share us the secret knowledge. No. I'm keeping it esoteric. Figure says, hey, have you played Aperophobia in Roblox before? I haven't. Shapeshifting says, when will pigs fly? Dawn at Porma2. I don't know. Sam says, heart emoji, clock emoji, cold emoji, true or false? What? Jake says, what is your favorite Call of Duty? Black Ops 2. Shapeshifting says, can I ban Allie the AI? It is so weird. Real person just behaving like that. And channel is interesting, but it needs to go. I mean, I don't dislike them. I think they're kind of cool in a way. So don't ban them. S says, did you know how to pronounce this? Zhang Fap. There you go. Jake says, I already read that. Gospel says, the F-16 Fighting Falcon is a single-engine, supersonic, multi-role fighter jet originally developed by General Dynamics for the USA Air Force in the 1970s. Okay. Teeny says, 900,000 in my pocket. Okay. Simon says, you're not listening to I said, do you need the toilet? I'm asking question. Right now, do I need to urinate or defecate? I don't feel comfortable answering that. Jake says, do you like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 campaign? I haven't played that one. Shapeshifting says, at Allie the AI, no. What did Allie the AI just say? Let me see. Allie the AI. Allie the AI says, at Shapeshifting, I might just do a video for you. That would be pretty cool. Jake says, do you like Call of Duty Modern... I already read that. Dangerously says, what is your exact age with a measurement of years? Not telling you. Doe says, where proof of the 10 fingers? I could easily give it, but I don't care to. Pat says 3 minutes left. Right. MLB says, hey, I'm back. What's your zodiac sign? I keep that private because I don't want to reveal when my birthday is. JK says, bro looks exhaust. Somewhat, but there's still some gas in me. Perma2 says, what you doing with them hands? They're in a resting position. Rome says, have you ever wanted to slap some of the people in chat? No. Shapeshifting says, Mr. Hands. Okay. Farida says, what are you doing? I just joined. Just reading messages. GC says, how was the last poop you took? No comment. Jacqueline says, have a great night. You too. Crosswatcher says, before stream ends, get the hamster behind you. There is no hamster I have in my house. JK says, have you ever wanted to bang someone from chat? No. Barry says, $10 or 10 bullets in the balls. $10. The Mad says, do you think the US military releases new tech to the public so that we don't see it as a threat over time? For example, drones and smartphones. I mean, I think that technology is inevitable. Like, this improvements in technology are always going to be coming. Dale says, hey, one last thing, Big Don. Keep that pimp hand strong, my brother. Okay. Bexley says, do you support SS? Emotional support stuffed animal. I mean, I don't have one. That's not my thing. Asa says, your voice was the soundtrack to my dreams. Cool. Dangerously says, you have a small piece of food on your upper lip to the left. Just letting you know in case you didn't notice it. I hope that's not true. I brushed my teeth and cleaned my face right before I went to the stream. Before I started. Ali says, Don, get a hold of me. How do I do that? Shapeshifting says, wait, stop. I got a $1 donation super chat. Says, shake it. I mean, even if you super chat, I'm not going to extend the time. Crosswatcher says 10 seconds. Right now, it's 0. Shapeshifting says, bye. Bye, everyone.